second now. What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing tonight?
Fantastic.
Hey.
That's what I like to hear. There we go. A little bit of Fonz running around. Can't get much better than that. I got to tell you, though, I'm tired. Had Connor today, and we had a blast. It was great. He did a little art project, some little crafty stuff for Halloween coming up. Then we went out about with Ziggy and got some food, did some toy hunting. Didn't find anything like crazy out there, but it was just good time spending with him because for the last month or so he's had football, and unfortunately in his league he was playing for the Commanders.
Ooh.
But they had games like every Sunday and practices every Saturday, so I hadn't actually had him like for a good while. But it was a blast today. I was really, really happy about it. And, I got to take that time with him when I can. Actually, coming up in 2 weeks, there's going to be the Mythic Meetup in Lancaster again. Sven Guerrero, Death by Collectibles, is hosting another event at the same restaurant we went to last time. And this time, Connor is going to be joining. So that's pretty cool.
Awesome.
Yeah. What about you guys? What'd you all get into today?
I got a new car.
Hey.
Shit.
4 days ago, I got a new car. I just forgot about it until my parents asked me about it. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. If we talk about our hauls, I can say I got a new Nissan Rogue.
Nice.
Nice.
I don't think anybody else picked up anything that big this week.
Nope.
I don't know if you heard that my kid just called for dinner. So I will not so much flex a new car because it's not exactly a luxury car.
It's soccer games. It's a soccer mom car. You're good.
Yeah.
There we go. I could be the mom. Yeah.
That's right.
All right, boys. Apparently, sushi's ready downstairs. So I will
go enjoy, Ken.
So, yeah, I'll be back later, though. Have a good one.
Enjoy.
Excellent, brother. We'll see you soon.
Bye.
Today, I went to Nickel City Comic Con in Buffalo, New York, at the Convention Center.
Nice.
It's their second one. I think this is the second year they've done a summer con and then a fall con. And most of it is like, Halloween themed horror stuff. And with my daughter who's 26 and she's a huge horror fan. The one that was in the chat a month ago or whatever.
Right.
So we went and hung out. I got to hang out with Dave's Dimension, who's regular on the clubhouse with us, and I got to wear his proton pack and
no kidding.
Check out all their Ghostbuster stuff that they have there. So that was pretty cool. He was hanging out with the Buffalo Ghostbusters crew. So
nice,
pretty nice booth. They have like a 20-foot tall inflatable Stay Puft. Yeah, it was awesome. So
I mean, I don't know, Ken. There's always a certain type of douchebag that'll do
special one. Special.
Yeah. Real
our kind of douchebag.
Yeah, he is a special kind of douchebag. But I got this from Dave. It's a little miniature Stay Puft.
I love it.
Dude, it's like from the one that where they're running around.
The mini ones. So,
yeah.
He prints these out. He made. They give these out like they have a cornhole game set up there, and you pay $5, you can play, and you toss like bean bags into the ghost trap. And
nice.
But he just gave me this one. But they give them out as prizes, and he was selling bigger ones. Pretty cool booth. Lots of cool gadgets and stuff that they've all made. So it was cool to see all that. And of course, I didn't take pictures because I'm an idiot and never think about taking my camera out of my pocket.
That's about right.
Yep.
Live in the moment, man. Live in the moment. Sorry.
You and me, Ed, at cons, we are the worst. We will not take a single freaking picture until somebody else brings it up.
Yep.
And then
I took
around.
100 pictures of my daughter today with her. She cosplays as Ray Ripley. I took 100 pictures of her with all sorts of different things and people. They got to take one single picture for myself. No, not one.
No, of course.
Well, I did get one with me and Dave and the ghost, but I mean that was pretty much it. So
that's awesome. That's awesome. What's going on, bud?
But I wouldn't have done that if she wouldn't have told me, "Hey, you want to get a picture?"
Right? Yeah, you probably would have forgot.
What's up, bud?
We hung out a whole freaking weekend together. From
twice.
Friday, 2 weekends together. Friday through Sunday, even into Monday on the last one.
Yep.
Didn't take a single picture together the whole time. I swear we've got one somewhere.
Somebody took a picture of us together.
But we just neither or I have it.
Meow.
Well, I work today, so screw all you guys. No, I'm just
You work in your pajamas. Give me a break,
hey,
dude.
I was still away from the things that I like, Now I did half a day today. So I went in, we opened at 9, so I did 9 to about 3. So I got out at 3. I stayed a little bit later because I had a customer come in late, but then I went and picked Merrick up and we were goofing around. He's playing his game now. So I figured I'll just come on live for a little while while he's playing his game. So
yeah, absolutely, bro.
I did get something from Big Bad Toy Store. I guess let me show you.
Check it out. What'd you get?
Wraith Mace had mentioned this because he was showing some of the stuff off, and he goes, "Dude, go to Big Bad Toy Store. They're only $30."
Okay.
So I got this bass that it's called Shockwaves bass or something like that. It's just kind of but it's only $30.
No lie, for a sec, I thought that was like a giant crab.
Use that for a lot of different things,
Yeah.
Hulk smashing into the ground or.
Very cool. Yeah, I was thinking, and I mean, also when I showed it the first time, someone said paint it like Snake Mountain. I was like, hey, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
So, $30 too. That's not bad at all.
Not bad. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice base. I might have to pick up something like that for Connor because he loves like the Dragon Ball Z toys. As a matter of fact, while I was out today, that was one of the things we were looking at because I'm trying to start putting it into his mind now. Like, I can't keep track of everything you have and everything I have, especially since his mom buys some stuff too that I don't know. So I was like, I need to know what Dragon Ball figures you have because he's getting like the Bandai Superstars ones or what are they? The Dragon Stars ones. I don't know. They're like they're not the SH Figure Arts. They're the next kind of like down from that.
Yeah.
The ones that are always at Ross.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I need to know because I picked up a couple from Ross last year and they still got some of them there, or they got kind of the same ones.
Mm-hmm.
I need to know which ones that he has so that I can go ahead and make sure that I don't buy him the same thing. Like, it's one thing if it's like regular Goku and then he has Super Saiyan Goku and Super Saiyan Blue because, he does the transformations. But I don't want to buy him like 2 regular Gokus. Like, that's just...
Yeah, because that sucks having multiple of one figure.
I mean...
we never do that. We never do that, Oz. Just teach him the ways that we do it. Teach him ways of the Force, that we get 3 of each. No, I'm joking.
Right.
I got a special package delivered yesterday from Teledope. I got a Thanos copter.
I got the Atlas. I was thinking about picking that up.
Yeah.
You gonna shave it? Oh,
I'm gonna sand down the goatee.
You're gonna sand down the goatee and
make it legit.
Right.
And when he grows it back, I'll paint it back on.
There you go. Speaking of Hello Dope Toys, I got a little delivery from Hello Dope Toys. Finally got some more cosmic beauties. I wish I could find the UV light because I was definitely going to have her under the UV because she's UV reactive. She doesn't glow. She's just UV reactive. So, unfortunately, I cannot find that flashlight. I have no idea. I was probably tracking sperm somewhere. I don't know. But yeah, I can't find it. Yeah. Pulling a little CSI.
Yeah.
And why is there this long trail of green going down the sidewalk out front? What's up with that?
Why is my bed UV reactive?
Well, I mean, I know that. But I definitely wanted to pick this one up because I like the soft goods that come with this. And I'm thinking it'll look pretty sweet, which is kind of why I named tonight's episode Playdate. Because really, for most of the night, I'm just going to be sitting here playing with toys. But then, as I got home today, I had another package show up. So while Cobb is working and making his custom Legions homages of his own to, Masters of the Universe characters, one of the ones he wanted to pick up, he only needed the shield from it. And since I'm sending him a bunch of parts, he went ahead and picked up Illigar, because you guys know how much I love my boners.
Oh, nice.
And he took the shield and then sent the rest to me, and I'm sending him like a couple of different heads and a couple of different weapons and stuff like that, just kind of a trade-off with that. But I've always liked this figure because it's weathered, it's patinaed, like the armor's patinaed, the bones look weathered, the sword's got like dried blood on it and stuff like that. So we'll take a little closer look at this guy tonight as I open him.
I've been feeling pretty weathered myself lately.
Yeah, it's that time of the year, man. It does wear some people down. Plus, combined with our age, it's kind of like, woo.
I usually come alive this time of year, but since it's been 80, really
right? Why is it so warm? It was cooler leading up to fall than it's been since fall has started. Well, I will say this morning when I woke up and I got my coffee and I went outside, there was frost on the ground. Like it got cold enough we had frost this morning, and I could see my breath.
Yeah, it's been cool in the mornings, but during the day,
then it heats up. Well, that's one thing I got to do. I've got to send a message to Connor's mom because he left his hoodie over here because when he came over in the morning, it was cold. And then, of course, by the time we were going out for the day, it wasn't cold anymore. So, yeah, it was crazy. All right, guys, I've kind of letting the chats build up here. I definitely want to jump in and start saying hey to everybody. Let's go ahead and get started in here. First in tonight, we had Terrence's Next Toy as well as Shelf of Legends saying hashtag Oztober is upon us. We're going to be going over some Oztober stuff in a little bit here. Onryu83 saying hello. What's going on, Onryu? We got Menhoza here with us. William Husted in the chat, throwing a little bit of shade, saying not exactly professional, which of course, naturally I responded, when am I ever? I keep those expectations real low.
Hey, but we covered the celebration for you last week.
And if you didn't know by now how late this show starts, like, have you ever watched the show? Like,
if we were actually going to go live at 10, I would say we were going to start the stream at 9:40. One of those things that I like to do is let the chat build up before we even go live. And then once we go live and then people start getting those notifications, because I know you all have that notification bell hit, wink, wink, then we get into things a little bit. But when I see like two people in the chat, I'm like, we can wait a little bit.
I'd like to do that if I got people to watch my show.
Oh, come on, Kenny. I was going to say, people watch your show. It's like the happiest place whenever it is that you do live.
Whoa.
I fell in algorithm hell, man. Holy crap.
Yeah,
it's funny.
You me both.
When you're used to that consistency and then you miss it a couple of times, it gets thrown way off. Honestly, I'm surprised this show, but honestly, the reason this show still goes good every week, no matter if we take a week off or not, it's because you guys being here every Saturday night. I appreciate you all having no lives like us so that we can all hang out together on Saturday nights. Because honestly, this is what I'd rather be doing on a Saturday night. Actually, there's only like 2 other things I'd rather do on Saturday nights, but that wouldn't be on camera. So we got. Hey, one of those things is playing with Connor. I'd love to be video gaming with Connor tonight. But... So we got Frankie Rivera in the chat saying, "Sup, everyone. Happy Saturday. You know it, brother." We got Eric Perryman in the chat. And if you guys are seeing, there's that little channel member button or emblem right next to everybody here that I've been highlighting. Thank you all for becoming channel members. Really appreciate it. So, like, in about a week or so's time, we're going to set up the first members only live. I'll have more updates when I figure out exactly what day it is that's going to happen, because I don't know. It's hard to get that scheduled, but I appreciate you all for signing up and becoming channel members. Last week, just as we were going off the air, our wonderful friend K-Dogs Broadcasting gifted another 5 channel memberships right as we were going off. And in StreamYard, you don't see who that gets gifted to. So I couldn't even see, because I was on my phone when we ended the stream. I couldn't even see who was gifted the channel memberships. But I did go ahead, take the time this week. I redid the end credits of the show, because one of those things that your channel membership gets, you get your name in the credits for the show. And I updated it with all 5 of those new members. And it actually helped make a better layout for that last 2 pages. So that was really nice. Shelf of Legends jumping in again, saying good evening. One of those Oztober posts is going to be from this guy here. We got Adam here saying, "What's up, nerds?" Then he also put in that he will be on the late shift. We appreciate you, brother. Same Time Toys. Shane is here saying, "What's good, everybody?" What's going on, Shane? All right, we got Paul Morales in the house saying, "Hello, everybody." Stanley's Toy Channel saying, "Hello, everyone." TD3 Trooper Troy Dodson here saying, "What's up, my dudes? What's going on, brother?" We've got, figuratively speaking, John in the house. Long time no see, brother. Glad you could make it tonight. It was good to hear from you this week, brother. And we got War Chest Full of Toys saying he watched a plane at the airport today. It fucking sucked.
There you go.
Also, he is here. He has arrived. We got Plastic Skulls hanging out with us saying, "What's up, Clubhouse? What's going on, brother?" SCS Dog saying, "Aloha, what's going on?" Oh, there we go. Us shut-ins need to stick together. That's right. We got Thor Anacostia saying, "Hi, guys. What's going on, Thor?" He actually just went recently and stopped off at the new Attorney of Dreams in Frederick, Maryland, where Corey, Riley, and I all went a couple weeks ago for their grand opening. He stopped in. He picked up quite a bit of Mythic Legion stuff. So that was awesome, brother. Great haul from there. Always love Alan's stores. He's always got a lot of great stuff. We've got Lone Dragon in the house. What's going on, brother? Good to see you. Oh, here we go. Yep, Eric saying, "Oz, you never start the show on time, but that's part of the show's awesome reputation." What can I say, man? What can I say? That's kind of part of the deal, right? Like, you just got to expect we're not going to start on time.
Fashionably late.
You gotta make people want it more. Want it more. That's the only reason people watch. When is he finally going to go live? And then we lose like 30 people. All right. And new channel member. I still don't have its own media asset yet, but
here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Stanley's Toy Channel is now become a YouTube member. Thank you, brother. And you know what? If I can manage to do it tonight, which I don't know that I will be able to, but I will try. I'll actually try to get you added to the credits tonight, since it's just one other name. I'll see if I can keep up and do that. Hopefully the computer will be able to do so. But thank you for becoming our newest channel member. Really appreciate that. And I did see, because again, I got it over here.
You missed this one.
Yeah, I was going to say, cannot forget, we got K-Roll in the house. She was one of those ones that, got gifted a membership right at the end of the stream. So K-Roll, I am glad you became a member. Oh, the TD3 Trooper at the super chat, throwing $2 super chat out saying we're lucky Oz shows up. Some weeks it feels like that. It does, but I appreciate it. And for that,
here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
I mean, heck, you're gonna keep throwing $2 at me like that. Keep throwing the money, guys. I'll keep showing up. But I do appreciate it. Thank you all very, very much. All right, guys.
What's up,
So-
Cobb?
What's up?
There he is. Hey,
Did a little sleeping into
Hello,
myself today.
hello, Cobb.
I don't blame you, brother. But this showed up today as I got home.
Oh, yeah. I figured
Elidar
you
is here.
soon. What about you, bud? Anything? All right.
Got a sweet little envelope. Oh,
I
also
guess we'll
another-
just go to hell, Ed. You know,
I know,
these guys
Cobb, with
getting
the shit,
stuff.
man.
We're just
The last time you sent me a package was a year ago, man. I'm sad.
and he's still trying to recover
at
from
least
having your
he got
nuts
a
on his
package
eyes.
from you. I still remember there's a Judge Dredd in my future.
I do have that butt package.
Wink,
from you.
wink.
Well, I was gonna send you a Tila head, Jimmy. But, you know, I raced. I don't know.
Oh yeah, let's talk about that.
I guess I
Did you
switched all
send
my
me a
freaking
Tila head
address,
or?
right? I lost all my
Speaking of-
addresses. I'm gonna have to get addresses from like everyone again.
Oh man.
Speaking of Tila, did you guys see the new vintage Tila? I mean,
Yeah.
new Eternia Tila with fixed eyes.
Seen you
They're
talk
not even
about it, so.
fixed. They're still.
No, I
It
was
looks a
gonna
little
say they're
different.
still
Got a little
weird
different,
looking.
sculpt
In the one picture, it kind of looked fixed, or at least
Her
better.
eyes are painted better. I wouldn't necessarily say fixed.
Well, the promo
Ah.
picture of the other one looked a lot different too, though.
It did, but
Yeah,
even
so-
then, we thought they looked bad, and it came out worse.
Oh,
However,
yeah. Well, I just mean like the recent promo picture. Like when you get the box of that new Eternia one, she looks totally different on the box than
right.
she looks good on the box.
The worst part about that one is just that. I mean, I think I said it pretty well earlier this week when we were talking about it in the Clubhouse chat, or not Clubhouse, but the Frenzied chat. You know, she's just. I imagine that they painted that so that her eyes were rolling every time Adam did something. Or maybe it's every time He-Man makes a crappy one-liner that she's
it's for
just
Adam more
rolling
than-
her eyes. All right, so we got
Or every time or anytime Revelation Tila comes up and people are like, "Eh, she's woke." Tila just rolls her eyes.
Yeah, there you go. All right, we got Ray Black jumping in a little late here. What's going on, Ray? Glad to see you in the chat here. Where's Nolan at tonight? Where's he
You
at?
skipped over him like 4 times.
What? Are you kidding me? No way. I totally did. I see him here. We got Nolan in the chat. Oh, man. Ed, you're supposed to have my back.
I got your back,
didn't
Nolan.
See, I
Got
didn't
your
see
back.
no one come in either.
He fucking snuck in the side door. Son of a bitch.
I saw Ray come in, but I didn't see no one.
Well, you know what this means, guys. We are Toy Tube official, and I appreciate that. Always like having that. All right, now we got to go unstar all these older chats. Henry says Nolan is a ninja.
He is.
Yeah, he is. Tonight he was. Normally I see him right away.
He's usually louder when he strolls into a chat. That's the
Little
problem.
bit.
It's quiet
A
today.
little bit. Yeah. All right, so I'm just going to unstar the rest of these here real quick. All right, guys. So on for the Oztoberness. So I'm trying to keep up, trying to look for the hashtag. Unfortunately, here we go. Causing marital issues. Great. Now I got to hear it all night. But yeah, so IG with their hashtags does not work as it once was. It is a super pain in the ass for me to be able to see hashtag Oztober posts. Even after we came up with the new hashtag Oztober horror, it's still a pain in the ass to look for stuff on IG with it. Like, the whole purpose of the hashtag was to make it easier to find stuff, right? Well, it's just not as easy as it was. I don't know what guidelines they set up or what updates they've done, but it is getting hard to see it. So I'm trying to find people's posts. At this point now, tag me. Like, tag me in the picture. If you're posting it for Oztober, you can tag me. Or Shelf of Legends earlier today actually invited me as a collaborator on their latest post. Not quite typically what we are doing as far as Oztober goes, G.I. Jetman sent me a picture. Freaking awesome. I'll show this later. It's not a horror picture, but it's cool. But yeah, so Shelf of Legends did a post and they added me as a collaborator on it, which was really, really cool. So for the month of Oztober, what Shelf of Legends has been doing, well, now it's not even going to bring it up because it's just going to be rude. All right, let me see if I can get this to work. Nope, it apparently just does not want to work. So I got to do the regular search. So this is pretty cool. Now if I can share screen. You know, you'd think at some point I'd get the hang of all of this. All right, so for Oztober, all month long, all month long, Shelf of Legends will be delivering into the creatures that haunt our shelves, demon, monsters, and phantoms from the world of mythos and beyond, which, of course, you know, grabs my attention really, really quick. It says, we're joining Ostradamus Toys Clubhouse and celebrating the haunting season with hashtag Oztober, and we invite you to do the same. Please do. Show us the beasts, ghouls, and nightmares that lurk on your shelves. Let's fill the realm with shadows, stories, and spine-tingling figures. What can I say, folks? It doesn't get much better than that. And then this was their first post. Now, again, this isn't your typical photography that, you know, was the spirit of this, but what it is, doing a mythic profile on the demon Zahazar, if I pronounce that correct. But, you know, demons are a big portion of Mythic Legion's thing. So here we go. Just a really cool turntable, doing the rotations with the blue demon Zahazar, one half of Azahazar, which is the big green one, because then the yellow one is the other one that combines for this.
I would grab him, but he's currently back on my shelf further, and I fear tipping stuff over, but I do got him.
Yeah, you got the big
I don't
green
believe
one.
you, but
I kind of have them.
if you don't show us, then I don't believe you.
Right. Pixar didn't happen, bud.
Yep, that's right.
I got picks.
So, in any case, though, it's really cool that they would include me on this. Thank you so much, Shelf of Legends. I really appreciate that thoughtfulness and jumping into grabbing that. So, thank you very much. I'm digging it. Absolutely love this. You guys just saw me here. Liked it on screen.
Cool little turntable and backdrop there. Like
right? It was like some custom dio work.
Yeah.
I'm definitely digging it. Yeah, it's just badass. So again, not typically necessarily what I'd ask for, but what I like about it is they're thinking outside the box and finding ways to incorporate more monsters, and especially with something that I really enjoy, again, being Mythic Legions. So I cannot thank you enough. That is really, really good. Okay, now, yeah, other than the color, he gives me Curry vibes from Legend. Totally darkness.
The darkness.
You can actually get the red demon head if you buy the heads pack, and then if you buy like a Fury Clan Orc or one of the Furious 4, then you can get some body parts to actually make a red demon. So just a heads up out there. Now, some of that stuff's a little bit more expensive because of that. Now, one of the other cool things here that I want to do is our good friend Photog Damon. See what I did there? He's been in Ozhole for a long time now, and he has been doing every October since I've known the guy. He does what he calls Shocktober, and he hosts little stories. I hope so, man. And feel free to tag me as a collaborator. Tag me in the post, please. Keep them coming. I absolutely love it. I can't wait to see more. So Damon does these Shocktober posts that have a host, and then they tell a bit of a story. So this was really cool. He just started this week, and I'll bring it up here. Might even do a little bit of. I don't want to do the whole thing, but I'll definitely do a little voice act for the host of. If I can figure out what button I got to hit, I keep hitting the wrong one. Again, as you can tell, William, I am a complete professional. So Scareglow hosts Shocktober, and then he'll give a little preamble, and then he'll jump into an actual story, which is always really, really cool here. So just a little voiceover for it. Hello, my little victims. Shocktober is finally here. I am returned to share my favorite dark and scary stories with you. We'll have guests, chills, thrills, and who knows, you might just make it out alive. So yeah, I'm not a voice actor. But then, he goes and makes several different pictures, completely telling a whole story. I mean, this is the kind of stuff, if you could tell a whole story in one shot or multiple, like, this is what I like. I'm loving this. So at the first one, he didn't tag it right away. So I mentioned make sure he tag or put the hashtag on there, and he's done them since. But, every day it's just a different story, all hosted and started the same way. See a little Frankenstein's creature going on. Saw Anubis in there. Matter of fact, you can see the mummy accessory pack from NECA in the background. So much good stuff out there to, make your little scary stories. It's beautiful, guys. Keep them coming for sure, because I just want to see more of what everybody's got going on. All right. So I did notice we had a couple more people jump in. We got KJ Smith in the house saying, yo, sup, peeps? What's going on, KJ? K-Roll says, we're starting to light up our Halloween decorations tonight. Hell yeah. What took you so long? We're 4 days into October already. That's almost sinful. Oh, you know what? We're going to look it up in a bit. SCS Dog for sure. Let's see here. We got Dead Man 1 in the house. What's up, people? What's going on, Dead Man? Let me know if you want the link, brother. I'll shoot it your way. All music fan Jeff saying, hello, all. Good to have you here, Jeff. Thank you for being here tonight. It is good to see you. Hey, here we go. Hit the like button, people. 33 people in chat, only 15 to 16 likes.
What?
That's unacceptable. Unacceptable.
I'm gonna pull a Ken, guys. I'll be back in a little bit. Youngster got off the computer for a bit, so I'm gonna go hang out a little bit and then I'll come back.
Oh. Shelf of Legends is saying, Bud, you are a fan of goblins, right? Goblin D's nuts.
Yep.
I had to throw that one out there.
Yeah.
Could not do it.
Well, so we have for October.
So those were just some of my picks that I wanted to share, and I'm gonna go find SCS Dogs real quick as well. Because I like
not
seeing
really
them.
A goblin, but it's a goblin body.
Manhose has been posting Halloween picks too.
Hold on, I'm trying to get you up here, bud. There we
Good
go.
old Jeff.
Oh,
Good old Jeff. My name is Jeff.
Yeah.
My name is Jeff.
Every time I see,
I just imagine knee pads.
I dig it, brother. I dig it. Dude, I'm glad you're doing like more pop and swaps with them. I'm really glad to see you really playing with these. I like seeing that paint. Oh, we got that Novian lean. Ooh, doing the whiplash. Okay,
color matches look great.
I dig it. Oh, Jeff says he finally gets to see Bud's face. He's shown it a couple times here.
Yeah, usually like later.
Yeah. It depends on how high Bud is.
I haven't had any yet. So.
Well, I am impressed. You are face showing already. And proud of you, sir. Proud of you. I like it when we
you.
get a chance to see your handsome face.
Show you what I'm working on here.
Show me what you're working with.
Get a little paint on. Did Oz freeze?
No, I'm still here, brother.
Oh, like no one was like moving a muscle.
I'm sorry.
We're just fucking with
I-
you, bud.
did I
Seeing how
freeze?
stoned you are.
Oh, nice. Can you embiggen him?
Yep, I'm getting there.
Oh.
Nice.
Getting on them sweet paint apps. Oh, I
Yep.
love it. Love it.
Just a little bit.
They're really dull before.
Yeah. The only thing I was kind of sad about this figure, and it's probably just mine, his feet are like super loose
Oh, yeah, it might just be.
because of that silly thing where you can pop the feet off. You know,
Maybe
at
hit
first I
it
thought
with a little bit
at
of
first I
Loctite.
thought it would. At first I thought it would be cool, but now I actually kind of don't care for the feet being able to come off, especially on Tara, because like I'm scared like I'm going to break it because that peg is really small. But on the plus side, if I ever get bored with this figure, his bracer is a fidget spinner
Oh, nice.
because
Very
that thing
cool.
is like super loose.
Very cool. All right, so here we got SCS dogs. I tracked it down on the profile. I tracked it all the way down. So here we go. We got some Valaverse going on. The Oztober horror. Andy tagged me in this one, which is great. Absolutely loving it. You know, we're pushing right into the back of the van. You know, the bread wagon. We got the blood dripping down the door here. We got the hella dope crate right up there in front. Perfect diorama use. I love it. Absolutely love it. But it's not over. Good use mixing some classified in with, you know, Action Force. Like, it's looking good, man. I dig it. I really, really freaking dig it.
Dude, Cobb, I had no clue what was in this package. Oh, this is awesome.
Oh,
Was it a bag of tea?
It's a bag of skateboards. from the
Oh,
turtles.
Nice.
oh, and those are
Four for your
perfect to
turtle.
scale with Pong.
Yeah.
Perfect to
Right.
scale with Pong. I see him going around the skate
Like-
park right now.
Like Pumpkin is like a
it's a longboard.
ruler's
Longboard for
instead.
loners.
Yeah,
Yeah.
longboard.
Awesome.
Very cool.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I got 4 of them. Perfect. I know you want them for the turtles, I think, right?
And
yeah,
now
now
we
I
just
gotta
got to
get
go
the
get.
little, like the little shoes that can like fit on the figures, so I can.
Yeah, the
pose them
Tech
on
Deck shoes. Got to get the Tech Deck skate park pieces too. You got to get the rails and the ramps and stuff.
I got
That'd
a
be
whole giant box of freaking pools. I have the whole empty pool. Freaking all
Oh,
kinds of shit.
nice,
They're
nice.
getting rid of it at the school. Like somebody was throwing it away. Like I took it home, but my
Really?
kids are over it now. My nephew's all into that shit. I was like, oh, I'm gonna give this all to him. His birthday just passed.
Hey, there you go. It's
His
all
parents are gonna kill me because it's a giant box. We got a little apartment.
Nah, it's all good. They'll forgive you at some point. All right. Troy saying, I got an extra Star Wars Black Series land speeder and painted it all chrome. Nice. Nice. You know what's funny? He painted it chrome, which will probably stay on the land speeder longer than if he actually did the vac metal process.
Not quite chrome, but I got this dude into.
Yeah, the
Right.
Silver Knight.
Yeah,
So
he's
he
been fun.
is,
Shiny, man.
yeah, he is. Well, he is exactly the reason that I wanted to get those soft goods, because he is just chrome. Again, when we were all kids, they had like those little Imperial Knights or whatever that were just static little like 2-inch, 3-inch figures. That's what this guy's based off of. He's based off of that knight. He had the big red plume, everything. I don't expect that much out of it, but I freaking wanted it because it was nice and shiny. Also, I like the spear, and I really, really wanted the shit. Oh, man. Hold on a sec here. We got to hit another media asset here. I'm going to cue up the music. Ed, do you mind highlighting that member?
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
New channel member here. Another one of the Clubhouse crew. G.I. Jetman. Becoming a channel member today. Thank you very much, brother. I really, really appreciate it. And you know, guys, make sure if you're a channel member, use those exclusive emojis. I mean, it sucks that I can't properly highlight them and bring them up, but it will say Ozhole. So if you push the Ozhole one and wave your Ozhole in the air, I will highlight it and it will just say Ozhole, 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 Ozhole over and over again. I forget who I was talking to recently, and they were like, I can't believe you actually call them Ozholes. And I'm like, oh, yeah. No, I call them Ozholes. So just like this one right here, Clubhouse Crew, CHC. It's only one letter off of my favorite three-letter initialism, which is the THC. There we go. I'm not sure I wanted to see my sister's Ozhole waving around in the air, but it happened. It happened. Not sure I want to see someone's member be highlighted. I mean, they got whole channels. People pay for that, so they probably make more money than I will ever on YouTube. There you go. The OZT, the CHC, the Ozhole, and fuggin'. Look, guys, it may not show the actual emojis, but at least we can have fun reading the shorthand for them because I definitely tried to make that entertaining. I appreciate it, guys. I love seeing those emojis. You know, it may not seem like it's much work, but it actually took me a while to make those because I had to make each of the individual elements, then save them as themselves, and then upload them after. Man, it's extremely tedious work, so I appreciate you all making use of those. I like seeing them. All right. Okay. Got to figure out which one I want to open first here. Oh, wait. There was one more. There's another really great Oztober picture that I want to show. They didn't even tag me in it or use the Oztober horror, but I saw it and I was like, oh, that's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous, and I need to show it. Of course, we've also been looking at a lot of the news from Wonderfest all week in the Clubhouse chat, and it was AZ Toy Hunters Guild that posted that picture I was talking about earlier. It was them. All right, here we go. I found it. I absolutely just love this shot here. This is from Kill Cutter Photo.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That was awesome.
And all the different awesome werewolf toys that are out there right now. You got a primal Kilowog, you got the regular Kilowog, and then you got the Crypt
collectors, right?
The Great Wolves. Yep. Yeah, sitting in there with them. And again, mind you, this is a great use of forced perspective because they don't look like there is that drastic of a difference in size. But again, if you have those Crypt, the wolves from the Crypt, the loose collector ones, they are massive compared to the Monster Force. But they look great sitting here, and they're just, they're having some brews. They're drinking piss water, but I mean,
aren't those all Crypts?
No, you can tell by the ears. See, look at the ears. Oh, you know what? The body's different, though. Yeah, the body.
I think those are the 4 Crypts. Because they had a north, east, south, and west for the Crypt.
Yeah, you know what? Okay. Right. It's crazy. I missed because the ears. Because this one, this is the all black one, of course. That's why it's got the longer ears. But I thought their white one also had the longer ears, too. I don't know.
Maybe it's an alternate head. I don't know.
Possibly.
I didn't get any of those as much as I wanted to.
Yeah, I still may try to find one of these. A couple of them. I know they said they were supposed to be getting them back in stock.
Yeah, but I think they had them up for pre-order for a while, and then they went back off pre-order.
Yeah, but, oh man, do I want those so bad? Because you guys know, again, I absolutely love
your sister's being a sister. Read the damn caption.
I could, but that involves reading, which we all know clearly I don't do so good.
Jetman saying he just sent you a pic on IG. Was it too late? I couldn't remember what I had to put in the comment section. Sorry.
No, I was right. So it's a mashup of the different werewolves. Operation Monster Force Kilowog, Fury Planet Veteran Williams, which again we basically know is the same thing.
Right.
And again, the sculpt comes from the same guy.
Yeah.
This was all done by Planetary Dog Toys. And then of course the Crypt Dark Wolves, Dilim and Garros, which was 2. So yeah, it's 2
so it
and
is 2 and 2.
Yep. But again, it's all sculpted by the same guy, Planetary Dog Toys. He basically sold that sculpt to both of them, and it's freaking gorgeous. I love seeing it. All right, we had a couple more people jump in. We got Gap After Dark. What's going on, Gap? Glad you could be here tonight. Thank you for making it. And we got Abby Figure Fight Club saying, what's up, fellas? What's going on, Abby? Glad you can make it tonight. Thank you for being here, brother. Good to see you. Again, I don't read so good.
So I didn't do the hashtag things, but I sent you 2 pictures Oz in your DMs that can be horror themed that I did.
You send me like
at some
50 billion things. I have to.
Yeah, at the bottom.
It's
Scroll
between
bottom.
all the other memes that he sent you in the funny reel.
Right? I got to dig through 300 memes to find
It's
the
the
2
last-
pictures.
the last 2.
Bud sent.
Words are hard, Troy. They definitely are.
I appreciate it, Troy. Thank you for the support. Oh yeah, I've seen these because I like these.
And then the very last one is funny because reasons.
Reasons.
So get that beautiful Mask of the Red Death. Absolutely.
That's when I first got the figure.
Right, I do remember that.
Fame.
What was that? It was a joint effort. Oh yeah, here we go. Remember this one too. Here we go. Leech.
Yeah.
We got Leech going hard with the.
So I put the green light behind Mossman and the red behind Leech. Kind of created a neat little.
What I'm wondering is like how many hits of Mossman does Leech have to take before he gets high?
Right.
You know, one thing I will always friggin' say about Mossman, and it's all because of oh my god, why am I spacing on his name? And I'm having such a hard time because I like watching a lot of his raunchy stuff. Mr. Home Arcade. I don't know why it was so hard for me to remember because he's always doing his custom figures of like everything Motu, and he's always making those crazy videos with oh, you heard it, Ray. You heard it. You getting that but Mr. Home Arcade made of course he made Mossman a bud tender. Mossman's got that dispensary. I love that.
See if I can.
All right. So, as bad as I am at pronouncing the Mythic Legion's names, the Cosmic Legion's names are like 100 times worse. But I'm opening up Mbaria Jimgyra. Anyway, as soon as this figure came out, I was like, oh man, I gotta have that. Because I love all that weird, crazy shit. And she is some weird, crazy shit. She is the scorpion chick from book 2 of Cosmic Legions. And again, it really wouldn't take me too much to be able to customize her up a little bit so she can fit right in with Mythic Legions. I wish, again, that I really had the UV light so I could show off that sweet UV reactiveness. And yes, we got Adam chiming in saying turkey head. Exactly. Because if you look, her base head kind of just looks like a turkey. And then you pop on this part, which just slides around the back of the head and the neck. And she's got like very scorpion-like mandibles that come out. And again, a very scorpion-like tail. And this is not the same piece as much as it seems like it might be. It is not the same piece that we're going to see on the Rising Suns wave that's about to hit from one of their newer Persian characters that's coming out. Completely different piece. So that's exciting. And again, I feel like it's really cool that I can put this with that and, again, basically just adding some more to a faction. She comes with a alternate head sculpt, a couple of different hands, shoulder pauldrons, of course, and then a couple of different weapons. And she's got a wrist blade that hooks onto the little peg hole in the gauntlet. So I will definitely be putting that on there. And I know other characters also have those wrist blades. I may try to find another one for her other hand. Kind of like she's got her pincers, But I've wanted this figure for a while, and finally went over to Helidope. They still had her up. They had that sale going on. And again, guys, shop Helidope. Make sure you're always using code APWT so you save yourself an extra 10%. And it's also great because we all know Punk, being such a pain in the ass that he is, at the end of the month, he has to pay that extra 10% back into Helidope Toys. So make sure that you use code APWT.
Yeah, go buy some in stock stuff.
Yeah, in stock. They got a bunch of great stuff on clearance. Check it out. So Thor KC is saying, was a big well for me. Got a BBTS loot drop with the last SS86. SS86.
I think the last something dollars 86, something $586, $386. I'm not sure what
I needed to complete my first Studio Series 86. Studio Series 86. Got it.
Yeah, there we go.
I needed to complete my first Devastator along with the Ultra Magnus and my first Voltron. Dude, that's awesome. That also hurts. I know.
Oh wait, Cobb's gone, but I'll show him when he gets back. One of the things I wanted to do with skateboards, I still need to get one more for my custom Mondo Gecko, but
did you get the roller skate for Mondo Gecko's leg?
No, I didn't. But I took one of the clear rubber bands that come with some of the Motu figures. I just wrapped it around and I created a arm kite shield.
Nice. And that is the most Ninja Turtles shield ever besides the sewer lid, right? Like the skateboard and the sewer lid.
Which that's something I'm sad that I think Bebop originally had the sewer lid shield.
It was either Bebop or Rocksteady. One of the two had it.
Yeah.
I
know one of them had the drill camera machine gun thing.
Yeah, one of them had a trash can lid for a shield. The other one had the sewer lid.
Yeah.
All right, so Troy's saying he's going to take a Star Wars Vintage ATST and make a Black Series ATRT. That's what's up, and that should scale about right. Todd CE jumping in saying, hey, y'all, what's going on, Todd? Good to see you. Yep, and here we go. Confirmation. Studio Series 86. See, that's what I should have done. I should have read more into the comment, like my sister says. Got to read. If I'd read more into the comment, I would have picked up the SF86 immediately.
Who reads? Reading's overrated.
Right? Nah, I just read headlines and then keep rolling. Oh, Cobb. Also, I got to remember in that package I sent you, I was gonna send you. I want to send like they got like little wrist guns that go on the Cosmic Legions. Like you know how you got the wrist rocket on the Man at Arms?
Yeah, as I say, I got a little rocket type thing.
They got a wrist gun that you could put on there too. I'll send one of those with you because I got a couple of extras.
Right. Notice, yeah, you got little extra holes even. So
They got tons of ports, so really you could just kind of pop those anyway.
Oh, Cobb. There it is. The shield.
Yeah,
That looks
nice
good.
Rubber band.
The clear rubber bands. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any of like the regular guns, or you just got the? I can't remember what that figure came with as far as like guns.
He
just came with a big one.
No, he had a small one too. It's the same as because I only have him in the Manny face. The what was his?
Operative.
Operative. Yeah, it's the same gun, just painted different. So I have two of those, I believe. That's it.
Well, I didn't know if you needed a sidearm for him because I got a couple of those too. I was going to send you one. But again, they come with the little clear pegs, and that's great because you put that in the side, and then you can just peg it in.
I got a few of those. I don't know if he came with some of those too. I'm trying to think where
you should have. Like every Cosmic Legions figure comes with like 4 or 5 of them.
I know. I was going to say I have enough from the Manny face one. He had a bunch.
Yeah. Well, just even her. Like she comes with one gun, and I've got like four of those little clear plastic things to peg in. I'm like, I don't even know what I'm gonna do with all those.
Big gun, no, oh my god, this thing is just so cool. There's so much detail
massive.
on it. The paintwork and everything on, man.
All right, so here's the Kaylin Shun. It's a freaking sweet figure. Like I said, I really wanted to get the soft goods from her. Not that she's a bad figure. It's mainly just that I wanted the soft goods because it can go with that knight, and always can use more female head sculpts and bodies, but I'd have to figure out exactly how I want to work it in with Mythic Legions. Now, the other cool thing about this one is she comes with an extra head, and I'd have to figure out what body I'd want to put it on. But the head that she comes with is the same one from the Engineer, that female tusk head. But hers has like writing painted on like the visor that goes back, which I always thought was like really cool. Looks very kind of cyberpunk-ish, and I dig that look. Oh, cool. She's got one of the wrist rockets too. I don't know that I really want to break her down too much. I might just keep her mostly as is. I am taking her soft goods, though. Sorry, those are spoken for now. All right, we got Mr. Mad Gus in the house saying, what's going on with everyone in the cool kids room? Oh, thank you. I didn't know this is where the cool kids hung out. I'll see myself out. Bye, guys.
Yeah, we're not ignoring you, chat. We're just playing with toys, so.
Right, it's a play date. I hope you all brought some toys to play with tonight while you're watching, because, yeah, I want everybody playing with toys. After you hit the like button, Thor KC says, I also got one of those giant skeleton dogs with the LCD eyes to go with our 12-foot skeleton, and came up with names for them both, Skeletor and Fetra. I dig it. Also, just want to say, Thor KC just admitted that his boner is 12 foot tall, and he's got a little dog boner to go with it.
It lasts for more than 4 hours or 8 hours.
Yeah, better call a doctor. And K-Roll says, me too, Thor. And she's even got that new boner that pops right out of the roof.
So I just did something kind of cool. I was looking for another rubber band on my desk. And I also have like just random Mode 2 parts I'm not using, just like lying around on my little keyboard tray. And I found this, and I'm like, oh, I wonder how cool this would look on her.
All right, I'll see. Okay.
This is the cape accessory.
From the April,
piece.
right?
No, this is from the Masterverse sorceress.
Sorceress, huh?
Oh, okay, okay.
Because I tore off her cape and glued it onto April's. Because I
Nice.
really don't like the wings.
Yeah. I mean, those
Yeah, this
wings
looks
look
cool.
great, but just on another figure. Yeah, that looks really good with her. I like her like that.
Yeah. Keeping that, I'm gonna add like a little, maybe like a little soft goods cloak for her.
All right, guys. Comment of the night may have to go to Mr. Mad Gus. He says, I had to tell my wife to put her toy away. The buzzing was getting on my nerves. Oh, man. All right. Jeff says he got my second Shira and Swiftwind 2-pack today. Need one more. Nice.
Yeah, definitely a little crazy with those.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him
Right.
at all. Let's see. Troy says, oh, well, you look at that. Another speeder showed up. Oops. Yeah.
Whoops.
No whoops. No whoops. That was all intent.
Oh, speaking of April Quick, I painted her mace. Her little
cool.
camera hammer.
Oh, man. Again, it's not like Mattel doesn't put sculpting detail into their stuff. They just never fucking paint it. There's a lot of detail there. It really makes it look that much better.
Literally just the cape glued on, and the orange and the blue just look so much better than the wings.
Right.
And then I gave her sorcerer's staff.
Yeah, it looks good. You should paint up that sorcerer's staff. It looks so bland.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
You just got to do the Zor colors, the orange and the blue.
Yeah.
All right. Stanley says, I just got the 60th anniversary G.I. Joe Classified Action Marine Sniper. I'm going to custom it to my mom, who was in the Army for 20 years. Awesome. Dude, that's great. MCR says the Motu Thundercats collection is epic. I love it. I got Lion-O, and I'm actively hunting the rest.
The only thing I'm kind of worried about with the set, I got a figure from Wave 2, so I was checking out the comic. Mm-hmm. And the comic kind of seems like it ends. Like, story-wise.
But there's already a Wave... Well, you know what, though?
The Wave 3 doesn't come with a comic.
Right, I was going to say, even with the Ninja Turtles, they started doing the cards. That's kind of a bummer.
Yeah.
Well, maybe because there is a full comic by Dark Horse of Thundercats crossing over. And He-Man gets stabbed in that, too. So, spoiler alert. All right. Yeah, Jetman says, I'm setting for my next video. Awesome. And yes, every IP has to have a redhead because redheads are awesome. All right. So now I got to start breaking a figure down so I can pop some soft goods off and then start popping them on another figure. And we're going to see how well it'll work, because these soft goods were designed to go on a female figure, which we know those body types are smaller than the male body types. So we'll see if this actually works. I have no idea. And if it doesn't, I'll still figure out something to do with it. They might just go back on the existing figure because she's a badass. All right. Ed, what you playing with, buddy?
I'm playing with Thanos Copter.
I'm sure he's enjoying it.
He is. Him and I just had a nice little chat.
That's good.
About his feelings.
Everybody's always working on Saturdays now. I miss my people.
So, what'd you all think of the samurai armored He-Man we're getting for freaking CancelCon?
Well, I will say this about it. According to the AI Google, they were all like, it's a thing that existed in the toys and never existed in the cartoon. And I had to go ahead and give Google some feedback like, that's bullshit, because it's like the one action figure variant that did show up in the fucking
Didn't the ice one show up?
cartoon. I do believe they may have done the ice one as well, but I'm not 100% positive. I don't feel comfortable saying that it did. And that's strictly because, again, I can't say with 100% certainty that that one did. I know that the samurai one did because I was like, oh shit. Like him and Skeletor both got samurai powers.
Maybe they're just trying to get that one out of the way. So they're just like,
Yeah, Jay Astro
release it first.
actually hit me up. He's like, I don't remember that in the cartoon. I was like, yeah, it was there.
It was definitely in there. It was in the episode Mysteries of Anwat Gar. And, you know, it was 100% in there.
It was funky in the cartoon, too.
It was. But, and see, that's the version that they went with, too, was the version that was in the cartoon, which is why it's more simplified. Because that was like one of the comments was like, you know, why does it look so much more detailed on the 2000X toy line than it does on the cartoon line? And it's like, well, the idea of the cartoon line is they are more simplified sculpts so that they look like the simplified details of the animation. I don't know if you guys know this, but it's really fucking expensive to animate something. It costs a lot of money. It's a lot of work that goes into animation. So they make the character models on those look easy. You know, they're specifically designed to be easier to animate. And with that, they are simplified. So, you know, that's why it's on there. But, I mean, it's a cool little thing. I don't need to get it. So,
yeah, it's past.
I don't need to either.
You know, great thing about that, I don't need to get that one. But it's cool looking though. You know, it's cool that they're doing a deep cut. However, like a lot of other people that I've seen say about it, man, doing a deep cut variant, like
that everyone
showing one off
like
already, like right off the gun is. They haven't even got like the 2000X cartoon line up and running yet, like selling.
Right.
And then they're like, yeah, let's show off one of the really weird variants that a lot of people say it was all of those variants that killed the 2000X line to begin with. Because, I mean, yeah, in the original toy line, we got a lot of He-Man and Skeletor variants. And we also got a lot of we got even more when it came to the 2000X. Like you had the jungle, you had the ice blast, you had the snake armor. The snake armor was definitely in the cartoon. You had that samurai one that was like used in one episode. They made a crap ton of variants. So, and the idea was to sell toys because that's what they do. We got Freaks Figures in the house. What's going on, Figures? Good to see you here. Thank you for joining us tonight. $30 to spend the night with Thanos Copter. You know what? Yep, it is the price of the figure. Thought I was missing some more here. I'm trying to keep up with the chat.
Thanos likes me so much, I get to play with him for free for the night.
Ooh.
Just one night. Just one night, though.
Just one night. Yeah, that's why they had to reuse a lot of scenes, right? They love reusing the scenes, the animation, because it costs them less money. And Simplified sounds like a cool name for a band. I can agree with that. I hated the Snake Eyes had no protagonism in the cartoon. Snake Eyes had no protagonism. Which I'm wondering if that's a typo, like, or an autocorrect typo. All right, so let me pop back together what I have left of her and see how well she still looks. Where did her waist piece go? What did I do with that now? It's the other problem when you start taking apart a Legion's figure, you have like 300 different parts. And when your desk is already full of those parts, it's very hard to keep track of everything. I found it. It's got the butt flap cover. Yeah, see, and this will still look good even without. So I left the front, like, loincloth piece still on it. But I took off her side skirts. And that still looks good. Like, that still works together. So I dig that. And as I figured, the way the clasp is, and the fact that it is a, again, soft goods designed for their female buck, it's smaller than it would be for a male. And because of that, it doesn't really fit on there so well. So she'll retain her cloak, or I'll find somebody else to put it on. But I could probably find a way to get her into Mythic Legions. Work her in there. I mean, her one arm is a armored female arm. She's already part the way there. She's just got those Cosmic Legions gauntlets with the peg system, because again, she comes with one of the rockets. She's also got one bulky pauldron accessory. She comes with a lot of cool stuff. Okay, I think he's talking about the G.I. Joe cartoon Motu. Got you. You know, at this rate, Masters of the Universe has done crossed over with Ninja Turtles, Thundercats. We're getting Transformers that nobody saw coming. Like, nobody saw that coming. So when are we going to get the G.I. Joe crossover with Masters of the Universe?
If anything, I could see them, especially acquiring the new license to do a newer DC crossover, because it did happen back in like 2010.
Oh, it happened before that. It happened way before that. It happened.
Well, okay, yeah, it happened back in the 80s.
Line.
Yeah,
like the first 4 actual comic books for Masters of the Universe was crossing over with Superman.
I'll tell you what, McFarlane will not let Mattel do anything with DC until that license changes hands.
Yeah, I was gonna say once
it does, you'll see a crossover. But until then, McFarlane ain't gonna let DC touch that license.
Yeah. Well, and again, we don't know how that deal is going to break down. Teenage Mutant Ninja Force Turtles. I mean, hey, the neon colors are all there, right? But when it comes to that, we don't know how that's going to work out. So, like, clearly, McFarlane's still going to be doing something with the DC license, from what he has said. We don't know what scale of figure Mattel might even make for DC once that finally starts rolling out. They may do Origins style DC figures. Bud's salivating right now. Like, he cannot wait to get an Origins Green Lantern.
Oh.
Now, my question, Bud, which Green Lantern would you want in Origins?
I'm gonna go
anything
with
other
the
than Hal Jordan is wrong.
Popular.
No, that's not true, Ed. I mean,
I'm gonna go with Kyle.
Kyle Rayner. Okay.
Kyle Rayner.
Not
Only because I like him because he was a comic book artist, or like he liked to draw and stuff. So when he would create constructs, it'd be all like, like comic book or like anime style.
I will say, like, Kyle's definitely a good choice. Hal Jordan's good. Honestly, you can't go wrong unless you pick Guy Gardner.
If you do Guy, do him as the red. Do him as a red lantern and have him as a villain.
Now, look, one thing I will say though, at least Prince Adam wouldn't have the stupidest haircut in Eternia anymore if Guy Gardner showed up.
Yeah.
Because I'm sorry, the Page Boy haircut just doesn't do it. Like, yeah.
If they do,
That's a
I
kill
want
all.
Prince Adam Clark Kent 2-pack. The
Right?
2 worst disguises in the universe pack.
Didn't they do that for the classics when they were doing the 2-packs? Wasn't there
They
a
did
Clark
He-Man
Kent
and
Adam?
Superman.
I know they did He-Man and Superman, and they did the Lex Luthor and Skeletor,
And they did
Merman
Faker and
and
Bizarro.
Aquaman. Yeah, Faker and Bizarro. It was it Tila and Wonder Woman or She-Ra and Wonder Woman?
Wasn't there a Supergirl one?
Supergirl.
Like one of them.
And
Supergirl. Yeah, I was gonna say I can't remember all the 2-packs now. I do remember seeing those at a Toys R Us at one point, which I thought was crazy. Oh, brother, absolutely. Yeah, so again, guys, Freak Figures is trying to get to 1K followers on IG, and he's trying to do it so he can start doing lives on there. And yeah, hey, look, man, anytime you want to jump on here with us too, you're more than welcome to. This is again, these lives are a lot more like those IG lives where it's a lot more casual kind of hangout session, more so than your typical very serious and structured Toy Tube lives. I don't do serious. I don't do structured. And as I said earlier tonight, we certainly, I joke about us being professionals, but that's always a joke. But yeah. Yes, they were all Toys R Us exclusives at the time. Totally remember that, Jeff. Thank you. And the Aquaman and Merman was his favorite one. Definitely was a good one because that was the original way you got the alternate colored Merman in classics until they
released. And they didn't get to. There's supposed to be Tila and Wonder Woman, and they didn't get to her, right? Or did they?
I think so. I couldn't remember what it was.
I think that was next up, and they didn't get to it. That's a given. That'd been fucking cool.
You got to have 1,000 followers on Instagram to go live.
That's what I was going to ask. And I was like,
I know they didn't used to be.
Yeah, you used to be able to go live.
Dude, they're always updating and changing stuff. Because I remember YouTube. Oh well. I don't even know if it's still a thing. YouTube used to not be able to go live until you had 1,000 subscribers. You couldn't do what we're doing now without 1,000 subscribers unless you used something like you couldn't start a live through YouTube.
Right.
Unless you did it like this, like through StreamYard onto your channel.
Yeah.
But when I started this channel, you weren't allowed to do a live on YouTube.
Yeah, me neither. I think you had to have 1,000. But I didn't think Instagram had that limitation.
They change things up all the time. It may be now. It may not have been that way, but
I've had over 1,000 followers on Instagram for so long. I don't even know.
I don't even remember how many I have. Did I finally break 1,000?
How many do Freak Figures have?
Let's go check it out. I'm going to check it out now because first I'm going to check mine.
Page up.
Let me check mine real quick because I don't even know how many I have. Oh, I did break 1,000. I'm actually 14 over. Nice. My YouTube and IG are almost at the same. I respect that. All right, let's pull it up here. Freak Figures, guys. We can get them to 1,000. Period. He's got a custom Freaks figure coming out, like an actual figure.
Thor says IG changed their terms of service, so now it's 1,000 or more. About almost 2 months ago, sad to say.
Huh.
Okay.
That's bullshit. That is bullshit.
Can't click on posts for notifications or follow back for notifications anymore. Yeah, I don't know. Well, they're doing something with IG and separating it out of Facebook too, because I got the notification that posts aren't automatically going to be shared on Facebook anymore either. So it's like,
oh,
no,
that'll be good to know because I have it set up that way.
Yeah,
I guess people will finally get the idea that I'm not really on Facebook that often anymore.
Right, I know.
It's like everybody says, I see you active on Facebook all the time. You post at least once a week. And I'm like, and what does it say to do? Watch my YouTube. The only reason it shows up there is because I posted to IG and I had it set to automatically share to Facebook. I'm never on Facebook. So I guess Zuckerberg's finally trying to kill off IG, which sucks because honestly, I love IG. It's way better for what I like because I'm just looking at the pictures and stuff like that. Uh, I've always appreciated that more. But here we are, guys. 449 followers on IG. Nah, that's not going to work for me. That is not going to work for me. We're going to copy this.
Is this little dude that's on his page the figure he's going to be making?
I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. But
I don't follow him, believe it or not. I will follow him now. So now
there we go.
450.
450. Freak action figure. Only 25 will be made. One per person. Yeah. And here it is, folks. This is the URL. But of course, you'll just find them if you look up Freaks Figures on IG. Do it. Do it.
Do it. I did it. Everybody's doing it.
Everybody's doing it. Hell, they're doing this. We're going to have a Freaks Figures epidemic that is on scale with the opioid epidemic. I'm just saying. That's what we need to see.
Oh, close to my 2,000 on YouTube. I think
what?
14 away.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Man, seems like forever.
Or something.
Seems like forever. You were telling me a while ago, Cobb. What was that you were telling me about YouTube? Oh, I can't do that. Look at you, freaking Mr. 2K, the big shot. Yeah. This is why he's the Cobbinator. He's the big shot.
Cobb grew fast too, and now he's got like top secret stuff coming to him to review.
Right,
he's the man now.
He freaking free ship, but it takes longer. Don't get it early, but you get it for free, so it's worth it.
Hey, look, man, I ain't getting shit for free from anybody. So. Also, while we're at it, I just saw that Shelf of Legends only has 129 followers. Again, they're still new, still relatively new. Make sure you're going to go follow Shelf of Legends on IG as well. I mean, honestly, guys, this is a community. We should all be following each other anyway. Make sure you get in there and definitely
follow Shelf of Legends too. I follow him as Toy League, but not as Action Figs. So.
Right
there.
But yeah, guys, definitely. I mean, let's help each other out. Let's keep following one another and keep building a community. You know, rising tides raise all ships. So let's do it.
I have created a monster.
Did you shit your pants? Oh, no.
No, he's actually created a monster. Just laughing at Connor today when we're sitting there getting him dropped off at his mom's work. Yeah, like we're all sitting in the car waiting for his mom's work to stop so we can drop him off and you know, take him home from there. And we're sitting in the car and we're just hanging out, having a good time, chit chatting, and all of a sudden, man, he just lets one rip. And I'm like, what the hell did you do, man? You shitted your pants back there? Yeah, of course, he's just laughing. He thinks it's freaking hysterical. I'm like, dude, you know, Ziggy's name to him is Uncle Chris. And I'm like, you know, he's got like the light colored friggin' upholstery in the back of the car. Like, you can't believe it, no brown streaks back there, man. It ain't dark black.
See, that's when you lock all the doors and both you and Ziggy just let the most horrid ones rip and just watch him scream.
Nah,
he can't open the windows.
He got enough of that when he was living with me, so he knows my wrath. I think his one in the car was just to get me back because I told him to pull my finger while we were in the toy aisle earlier. What's happening, Dead Man? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right. my wife is making a late dinner, and I decided to come hang out with you guys while she makes it because I didn't want to help tonight.
Well, there you go.
What is she
You know
making?
what?
Chorizo tacos.
Oh, I'll be
Damn,
right
this
over.
sounds so damn good. Oh, don't go making me hungry. Son of a bitch. It does sound good as hell. I can't wait. Even though I'm not gonna have any, I can't wait.
So what's up, guys? Did
Not
I
much.
miss all the October showings?
Oh, we were definitely going through a bunch of them. We'll show more throughout the night as we go ahead and pull stuff up.
No, I did one, but I did it on the 20th of September. So
it doesn't matter what day you did it. Now, like I said, my issue is the fact that I'm finding that following hashtags on IG just apparently does not fucking work really anymore.
no, but I Instagram has that new I don't know how new it is, but there's a repost feature and there's a whole repost thing. So if you find them, you can just hit that and then go to that.
I was talking about the other day. Where's that at? What is it?
It's only
It
on
looks like it looks like two arrows like that make a square kind of.
Yeah, you got to be on your mobile though to do it.
Like,
yeah, that's true.
I'm
You
always
definitely
on
have
my
to
mobile.
Right.
So,
You can
like,
actually share people's posts now. Like you can repost it yourself.
Yeah, instead of adding
without-
to your story, it just repost it.
You go to
What a
share
novel idea to actually be able to fucking do that.
Yeah.
But what do? You go to share first?
No,
No.
Just,
It's
like if
it's
you're
like
at a post, look at the bottom where there's like the heart and then the arrow. There should be like two arrows in a circle.
Yeah. See, I don't see that on anything.
Really? Not on your phone?
What kind of phone do you use, Cobb?
I don't know, a shitty one.
I mean,
yeah,
apparently.
yeah. So you don't even have that
because you got white.
Yeah, it's too bright.
Why don't you put your shit in dark mode like a normal human fucking being?
Yeah, like a regular ass human, bro.
Right. What the fuck's the matter with you, Cobb?
Probably because I don't know how.
You have kids. Just tell them.
I was gonna say, where's the real Weber Studios here? Okay, that's what we need. You need to bring him in here to show you how to do it.
Yeah.
My freaking executive director.
There you go.
So,
All
Cobb,
right.
I don't know if you can see that, but at the bottom.
Yeah, see right next to the heart, the speech bubble.
Yeah,
The
man.
little arrows.
Oh,
Yeah.
Guess what, Cobb? It stands out like a sore fucking thumb if you just put your goddamn phone in dark mode.
no, yeah, I don't have that though. Everybody's been talking about it. I'm like, I don't see that shit. But yeah,
Update your IG on your phone, Cobb.
Something, man.
I learned how to do that too.
Well, they Instagram rolls out updates in different areas at different times. It's very rare that they do it all over at once.
You know what the worst part is?
Yeah, but you got it, don't you, Dead Man?
Update it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it should
he's
be
West Coast, too.
He's West Coast. You would think anyway, but you never
Look,
know.
I'm just gonna say, like, I've gone through an updated IG, and as soon as I was there, you about freaking time, and you don't see it. Hold it up again. Let's see if it's
No.
No,
It's not there.
way. No way.
Deprived.
Your
Maybe
IG is old and
1,000
busted.
followers.
Look for an update.
Is that another 1,000 follower thing?
No,
no.
God, it shouldn't be.
Yeah,
Is it? Somebody who's less than 1,000, go see if you can reshare something, share somebody else's stuff. It could be.
Everybody go follow Cobb.
Also, if your phone's not in dark mode already, Cobb will tell you how to do it, but make sure it's set in dark mode.
Email me.
No, snail mail him. He'll get there. He'll find it faster.
Shoot him a fax.
But he'll forget how to put it in dark mode at that point. So. It'll take too long.
All right, we got Rowdy Riley joining the party here tonight. What's going on, Riley? Let me know if you want to jump on. We got Freaks Figures saying, I used to make music, I had over 2K followers on IG, and then someone asked me to click a link, and he got hacked. Lost my entire... Man, gotta know better. Come on, we're all old heads in here. We've been around since just don't click on no links from people you don't... Honestly, don't click links on people that you know.
Unless
you never know if you know them.
I can't tell you how many times I still get people sending me messages with links because they clicked on a link that they got from it. And I always know exactly, like,
I
It's the same freaking
I clicked on a link just now to get on this show.
Yeah, but my links are cool. You know that.
So SES Dog says his reshare showed up a few weeks ago, and he's got less than 300 followers. So
Okay, there we go. And all right, everybody, seriously, start putting your IGs in the freaking chat here. Let's go, people. Come on.
Yeah, what are you doing? What are you guys doing for real?
There's Dave.
We got Dave's Dimension in the house. He was just hanging out with Ed earlier today.
Right.
Yeah, man. Saw the little mini Stay Puff looking good. Nobody wants to see your pictures anyway. You know, share them, post them. That's a really awesome looking freaking anti-Eternia He-Man. Cobb, look at this shit. Stop looking at your phone.
Dana's been busy. Is that the... Wait, which cape is that?
That's the one from Masterverse. Bud, you're muted.
You cut off the bottom?
Oh, this I made.
Okay, I was going to say, I didn't think so.
This is from the Vicor.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say, yours look way more white than mine. But then I was like, wait a minute, I don't think that's King Grayskull.
And then, of course, the painted
that's a very
Hellfire shield.
That's a
shield
very
go with
festive.
The new figure for me.
Very festive cape there.
All right.
Wrong season, bro. It should be brown and orange right now.
Thanos, man, he has gone crazy with that app. He's putting everything on YouTube now, and he's got so many shorts.
What's going on, Curtis? Is he muted or just not?
Yes,
talking?
I did, Dave.
Apparently I
made that announcement earlier that I got to rock a proton pack today.
Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. All right. I'm going to pull this up here. Travis joining into the chat. Mr. Wonderful saying, I'll give you a link. Why don't you give me some fucking Hexastacks, Travis? Don't send me no damn
what kind
link.
of link he's going to give. That's what I'm curious.
If he's going to send me a link, that link better be to the completed website selling all the Hexastacks.
What are you thinking of issue two there, Curtis?
Oh, of Legion's magazine.
Yeah,
my favorite magazine.
It's
fantastic. It's fantastic. Awesome. I love it. You know, you can find this at legionsmagazine.com or on Big Bad Toy Store.
It's true.
What? You can pick it up at Big Bad Toy Store now.
Yeah. Sure. All you got to do is search my name.
Look at that. And we know you all already shop at BBTS. No matter how many times we tell you not to, you still do.
Yeah. I wonder if all Dope Toys would pick up the magazine. They're welcome to.
There we go. No. This was a shameful plug. Yeah, we're just shameless people.
Yeah.
I wasn't. I didn't. I did plug myself by saying you had to search my name. The funny thing about that, if you search my name at Big Bad Toy Store, it comes up. I didn't even talk to him.
Right.
That's my favorite.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You know what's badass about that? The fact that it's the energy Superman that nobody ever freaking likes. I love it.
I love that Superman. I don't care. Like,
I think my favorite photo on that. My favorite photo in that one is a photo of a Mythic Legion figure. I may have taken it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
now, that was a shameless plug.
That was shameless.
Yeah,
that was a shameless.
But if it makes anybody feel any better, my favorite time of the year, I'm not even putting a photo in the Halloween issue.
What? Oh man. Speaking of the Halloween issue, look at this.
Yeah.
Using that sweet extra hairpiece from the Ghost of Christmas Past. Ooh. So good.
That hairpiece came with that figure.
It's not.
Is it the same piece? I don't know.
Oh, no, it came with so all the head sculpts had the tongue and groove from the Ghost of Christmas Past. And in the trash bag, I call it the trash bag because it was the black Ziploc bag that came packed with it.
Okay.
They had an additional head sculpt with like a fanged mouth, like really kind of monstrous, and it had black hair instead of the white hair that came with the figure.
Okay.
And so that's just them using one of the head sculpts with
that was a photo I took, and that hair came with that figure.
Yeah, it's such a badass.
Oh, it was Four Horsemen using the same hairpiece.
Yeah,
I misunderstood what you were saying. I got it.
Okay.
I feel a little stupid. I'm sorry.
So, Deadman, you want to explain to this Yahoo, Mr. Wonderful, why it's called Legion's Magazine and what it actually is, even though I've explained it to him 3 or 4 times?
Okay, so I run a page on Instagram called Toy Mercs, and it's got a pretty good following. And once we hit 3,000, which was a while ago, I just said Toy Mercs are Legion. So it's the Legions of Toy Mercs. So it's Toy Mercs Legions magazine. That's what it is. It's all kinds of stuff in there, not just there's Mythic Legions in probably every issue, but it's not just Mythic Legions.
Thanks. I explained that to him several times now, but
some people just aren't going to get it.
Yeah, some people just don't.
Well, now it's straight from my mouth. If he doesn't get it this time, man,
exactly. Yeah, he's helpless.
Wait, here we go. Yeah. I mean, unless Four Horsemen started doing the Mortal Kombat license.
Yeah.
Although there is still a Mythic Legions figure in that shot.
Yeah, there sure is.
Well, it's just because they photograph so well, that's all.
They do. They're good-looking figures, great paint apps, amazing. I can't go on about them enough. People are probably tired of hearing me talk about them, but I'm not tired.
I will be shipping episode or magazine number 2 when I get my Monster Force into my pile of loot. So.
No. Curtis, did I ever show you the or did you get to see the prototypes I painted at LA Comic-Con with your brushes?
Yeah, you sent me a picture while you were in the middle of painting them. So
well,
I didn't see. I don't think I saw the finished product.
Oh, okay.
Well, how did the brushes go over at Joanna, Curtis?
Surprisingly well.
They are a good set of brushes.
I was not expecting it because it's not a huge Legions focused show, but unbeknownst to me, Robo did a Playdate video the day before they were going on sale for the first time in person, and we had a lot of people that were customizers for Marvel Legends and for Joe's that I wasn't expecting that showed up to buy brushes. So I've not even promoted anything into those communities because, quite frankly, I didn't even know those communities existed. But yeah, a lot of Joe and Marvel Legend customizers stopped by, so it was pretty cool.
Yeah, that was a nice little promotion from Robo on his Playdate for you.
Yeah,
that's awesome that he did that. That's cool. I should send him a magazine.
Yeah, for sure.
So I got a screen share up if somebody can share it so I can show Curtis what I painted with his brushes.
Yeah. Let me find it. There it is.
Look at how adorable those are.
Oh, nice. That's cool.
I was only going to paint one, but they had 2 for me, and then this one was broken, so I just made him like a little zombie guy.
I like that.
This one here. You can't really see it, but this whole stump is red on the inside, and there's red going down his leg and on his feet. It's like he's walking in a pool of blood. And I put a little bone-colored little dab right in the center of that.
Gross. That's awesome.
Yeah. So there we go. That's all.
Nice. And those are all done by brushes by Art by Ackerman.
Absolutely. That's how I did it.
Which you can get how, Curtis? While we're shamelessly plugging.
Right now, by being a member of the channel, which is $1.99 a month. And I've just hit 2,000 subscribers. So this upcoming Saturday, I've got a big giveaway going on, and there's going to be certain giveaways that are for just people that are watching that live stream. And then there's going to be other giveaways that are only for the members of the channel. So
do you have a set of your brushes with you there, Curtis? Troy's asking.
Yeah.
I'll bring you up. I'll then big in you.
Yep. So this is the set. It's 10 brushes. Got a couple dry brushes, a couple covering like base brushes, some liner type brushes, and some detail brushes. So, it's a pretty good set to be able to do kind of anything that you need to with 1/12 customizing. So,
including G.I. Joe Classified, Marvel Legends, and Mythic Legions,
and McFarlane. Yeah. Speaking of McFarlane, because Tony's Figs has been, painting with some of those. Tony sent me one of these bottles that I didn't think existed. I was starting to not believe him that this was a real thing, but
one of the real Winsor Newton bottles.
Yeah, this is the real Winsor Newton brush cleaner and restorer.
Oh wow!
So the new one is the cleaner that doesn't do shit, but this one will take off paint off of a figure, which is what I wanted it for. So thank you, Tony. I appreciate it.
And J Max saying those beautiful brushes. I truly hope to have a set someday. Well, you become a member for $1.99 a month, and you can order them straight from the man himself.
Or I will have them at Legion's Con, and then after Legion's Con, they will be on wolfkingcustoms.com. And I'm also talking to some brick and mortar stores about carrying them in, like, physically in their stores. So
nice.
Yeah.
Very cool. What the hell happened to Oz?
He just ditched.
Probably went to smoke.
I think he's hanging out with Bud's Customs. They're hanging out.
They must be smoking up.
Mm-hmm. That sounds right.
Yeah.
I don't know where he went. Oh well. He missed the first half of his anniversary show last week, so I mean, why not miss part of the show?
There it is.
Oh, there he is. I'm sorry, we were talking bad about you, Oz.
Oh, that's cool.
I wouldn't say
I changed up Thanos. If he shows up tonight, this is the new Thanos. Yeah, he's rocking the Templar gear. So
he should have a stain on the front of his pants there.
I just got the Thanos figure yesterday in the mail. So
the artist formerly known as Thanos.
Yes, I was telling him at the beginning of the show, I'm gonna sand off his goatee, and then when he grows it back, I'll just repaint it on.
There you go.
All right. Man, why is this figure selling out so quick? Everybody's buying the same figure.
I'm not buying that figure.
What'll be hilarious is when he goes on and on about how everybody loves his Atlas figure, and the reason everybody's buying it is just because it looks like Thanos.
Yeah. Yeah, Val is like, I have no idea why this figure's selling so well.
Out of all the other one, the sales on this one are triple.
I also updated my actually skeleton, so gave him some pants.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Wait, let's find you here. Let me bring up.
Actually,
I have an actually person it's in the Mercs chat all the time. It's kind of funny. He never says actually, but he's always correcting us when we, or just letting us know when it's like something we don't understand.
Right.
I told him he should just start. He should start screen recording us getting it wrong, and then he should go back and correct us.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then send it to me.
I'll post corrections.
Yeah, and I'll post it on the shorts on the show, like 100%.
I was gonna say, well, the best part about it is if he just posted it himself, he can make a whole YouTube video about it. Bud, you're on mute again.
I know. I was just showing. Took some of the parts off the Masterverse movie Skeletor.
Nice. Dude, that looks sick.
Yeah.
Oz, did you see my big pickup from Joe Lanta?
Let's pull it up there, Curtis. Let's pull it up. Yeah, that Mondo goodness, baby.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That is big.
I love the like. If nothing else on this particular Sky Sled sells you, the seat. The
panel comes off. That's nice.
Again, Mondo's not disappointing.
The controls here, like this is not just a sticker. Like each one of these is like actual buttons and stuff.
Fully sculpted.
Yeah, that's cool.
That Sky Sled is no joke.
That's
pretty
cool.
But I was not going to pay $400 for it.
Right.
Which is what it was when it first came out.
Yes.
But at Joe Lanta, I saw this one. It was used, but even used, you can't find one on eBay for less than like $450. And I got it for $250. So,
nice.
Wow.
Yeah. I was pretty happy about that.
You really can't beat that. And again, that Mondo quality really sticks out. Like I know some people have said with like the Ghostbusters, they're like, it's not really that much sculpting detail. It's like, well, again, they're sculpting it to make it look like a simplified animated cell. So, of course, it's not going to have high detail in there.
It comes with 2 He-Man heads with like windswept hair that I'm not going to use. So if anybody needs a windswept hair He-Man head for Mondo. Let me know.
I picked this up at LA Comic Con for $35.
Oh, nice.
Cool because you can't find it anymore. It was brand new in box, and it's not going for like much more than that, but it's. I'm glad to have it.
Still, when you can pick up the deal, you pick up the deal.
Yeah,
it comes in that glass case and everything, Curtis, or Deadman.
Yeah, it's not glass, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean glass, quote unquote.
Yeah. William, yes, the Sky Sled is 1/6 scale to go with the rest of the 1/6 scale He-Man toys.
Yeah, it's going to be going with my Triclops once they put that thing on pre-order and it comes in. So that was why I didn't pick it up initially. Besides the price point, was that I've always like one of the I think it might be in the intro. If it's not in the intro, it's definitely in like a few of the episodes where Triclops is flying one of these things. And so yeah, once they showed that as a reveal, I was like, I know I got to get one. I just got to find the best price, and I don't think I'm going to get better than $250. So
no, probably not. Good job.
I know for our good friend Adam Battle Ram blog, I put him in touch with Tommy Hodges when they announced that to try and get him a reviewer's copy of it, because that was right around the time Mondo was making that switch. They had made the switch. They weren't Mondo themselves anymore. They were now Funko Mondo. When they were just Mondo by themselves, like you could write an email to them and ask for reviewer copies, and they had so many that they would give out for that. But when they made the switch over to Funko, that closed up.
Yeah,
real quick.
I actually had them back in the old Mondo days. I had them send me a free figure because I had a personal YouTube channel. It's not the one that I use now. And when they did the deluxe He-Man, a lot of people were having problems where it was just kind of coming apart at the hip.
Yeah.
And I did a little video on like fixing it using heat shrink tubing. And
I put it around the joint.
Yeah, put it around and heat it up and pop it in. And I posted it on the Mondo board, and they actually reached out to me because they said it saved them so many figures that they didn't have to replace because people just chose to fix it themselves. And they
waiting.
Yeah. So then they sent me a figure for free as a kind of thank you.
Awesome.
That was cool.
Nice. Very nice.
I'm looking here in the chat, and it looks like Mr. Wonderful gets it that Legion's magazine covers more than Legion's lines.
That's good. That's good.
He gets it today.
He'll forget tomorrow. We are all getting older.
Let's say he's getting older right after that. I wonder. Maybe
I'll ask him about it tomorrow when I talk to him if he remembers.
Yeah. So that Mondo one that I did on my old channel, that's really just like personal shit. Like I think I got like 8 videos total. Has more views than anything on my actual channel.
Go figure.
Yeah, I got 3.4 thousand views on that one.
It was a really big issue when that came out. When people spend that kind of money on a figure, they don't want to have any issues like that. But it was a known issue, and Mondo was sending out, torsos and bodies to anybody that had issues. But again, it's like they don't have like an infinite stockpile of that stuff. So good on you, Curtis. Good on you. All right. Now, I don't know if you guys addressed it, but Troy asked, he says, brushes, ?
Yeah, we addressed it.
Okay, good.
I had Curtis show them off.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
J-Mac wants to get a set of those brushes. Not too much longer now. You can go see them. You can pick them up. Or if you're a channel member.
Yep. Order them as a channel member or pick them up at Legion's Con. Or after Legion's Con, they will be available at wolfkingcustoms.com and hopefully a brick and mortar store near you.
There you go. That's what we're all hoping for. And again, these are ergonomic. They are specifically with the thought in mind of customizing and painting 1/12 scale action figures, because there are a lot of brushes out there, and you could use a lot of brushes. But a lot of them are all designed for painting minis. Which, sure, most of the plastic we play with is kind of small, so that's fine. but sometimes you got a lot of surface area to cover, and that mini paintbrushes just ain't about it.
No, I mean there you could get what you need by buying individual brushes, but that's just way more expensive than finding
that cost.
That has what all that. Yeah,
I mean,
you can buy one brush that costs as much as the whole set of these. So
exactly,
and they're quality brushes. I know. I own a set.
There you go. There you go. We'll continue to plug it here because we have faith. We believe in the product.
Hope to see everybody next Saturday, 7 p.m. Eastern, for the 2,000 subscriber giveaway.
2,000 subscriber giveaway. I did that reshare thing that we were showing Cobb how to do earlier tonight on that post to kind of get some awareness out there. Curtis, what can I say, man? In what, like less than a year, 2K subscribers, buddy.
What is it like? Well, I mean, I think it was January that I started. So,
yeah.
So like, 10 months.
Exactly, man. What a way to go. But again, you're doing something on your channel that, I mean, there's a couple of things that kind of cover some stuff. And again, yes, you are catered more towards the Mythic Legions community with a lot of the content, but there's a lot of stuff that just, it's universal. Mm-hmm. If you're customizing G.I. Joe, if you're customizing whatever kind of figure, there's a lot of stuff on there that is universal across toy lines. It's just helpful. It's very helpful to have.
Yeah. Well, actually, first video was December 13th of last year.
Okay, so it was in December of last year.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to get in a lot of trouble for this.
Mm-mm.
But I'm sharing my screen right now.
Oh, Ed, can you bring that up? Sorry, yep. Some of us. I'm on my phone, so of course my controls are garbage.
Ooh, nice.
This is well, it's going to be a little different. This is just the first mock-up of the cover of the next issue, which is damn near done right now. We're just
this is 3.
Yep, the third one. This issue is going to be all spooky horror Halloween, because it should be coming out if not on Halloween within the next couple of days in September.
What is that up for pre-order now?
No, that's why he's working on. That's why he's working on the cover so hard. A lot of the magazine is ready to go to print. Most of it is actually, and I just told him to get the cover done, put it up for pre-order.
Right. If you get the cover done, you can worry about the rest after.
Yeah. So
start getting them sales in now.
Yeah. So he just now sent it to me. By the way, I've worked on this magazine with Digital Ronin. He does most of the fun stuff. I do the harder, or not the less fun stuff, like finding things and writing things and stuff like that. But either way, what was I saying? Yeah, he just showed it to me. He said, "Here's a mock-up. Don't judge it." So hopefully he's not mad at me for showing this off.
Hey, you know what? It's awesome, man.
So there you go. There's
sharing that
exclusive for you.
There we go, guys. Here, it's funny how many little exclusive things like that the Clubhouse gets. And people just don't realize, because I'm not a news channel, that sometimes we actually get newsworthy things like that. I know Blake's shown off stuff here before he's revealed it to the rest of the world on his own accounts. All the time, Steve will join us, and he won't say nothing, but he'll just like pop something up on screen, and by the time we embiggen him, he's already taken it off screen. But you'll get little slips and little teases of what's next for Delta 17.
Yeah.
And we get some spoiler stuff here, people. I'm not a news hound. I don't go digging for it, but I love the fact that we'll get like little exclusives like that here and there. I really appreciate it when you guys do that.
I didn't see him at Joe Lanta, but I saw a lot of Delta 17 at a few different retailers that were there.
That's because they were wholesaling a lot at Joe Fest. It's harder for them being in Canada to get stuff across the border, pay for the travel. Because again, right now, they're still paying for everything out of pocket. Because like all the money they're making off the toys is going into the next wave, going into the next project. So all of that is just really costing them a lot of money. So they can't make it. Like, we got tons of toy shows all across the US, and unfortunately Steve is 100% busy with trying to get the deadlines and get the next waves into print, and everything like that, getting them all, sorted with the factories and working with the project manager on that, as well as developing what's going to be next in the pipeline after wave 2, and moving forward with all of that. And, Ken's doing what he can, but Ken still works a 40-hour job. Fortunately, like one thing that they've had, they're going to have a pretty good presence at Zolo World coming up next year in February, March. They're going to be at that con, not necessarily Steve and Ken, but Joe Ricondo, who's going to be kind of like their associate down here, trying to get 2 shows as he can, because he's got like the banners and different things like that. Trying to pick up a couple of extra shows to get some more eyes on Delta 17, because of course, I mean, we want to see all of our friends succeed, especially when they are running a toy line, because it's not easy. It's not.
Yeah.
So,
and for 118 figures, those are pretty decent figures. I got to mess around with a few of them at LA Comic Con, and they're not bad for what they are. I mean, they're actually really good for what they are.
Right? I mean, honestly, like there's not much difference in the articulation from old G.I. Joes to these, but one of the biggest differences is just adding that wrist swivel, which is crazy.
Also, there's a ball at the bottom of the neck too, so you get a lot more. You get more
range
than
of
just
motion,
side.
Right? Like again, there's improvements there. But they've still got paint apps like you were looking at old school G.I. Joe, not the neon 90s. Although Steve is very adamant about not doing that. I am still petitioning for an Oz figure within the series that is purple and green at some point. I'm still pushing for that. Steve, if you're watching, Ken, if you're listening, I know you're at dinner. Purple and green, you can make it work. Even if it's a variant color hailstorm, you can even don't call it Jokerized, because then McFarlane.
They're very anti-purple.
There we go. All right, now see, I'll bring it up because you corrected yourself, Mr. J Astro 319, with the happy Oztober to everybody. His first comment had it misspelled, so he corrected it, and I appreciate that, brother. Thank you. That's why.
Guys, my wife is beating on the wall, which means dinner's ready, but I will come back later because I'm having a lot of fun, but I got to get some food in me.
For sure, man. Save me some, okay?
See you, man.
Yeah, sure.
See you guys later. So, Curtis, I've been playing around because I got some. I picked up some Cosmic Legions from Hello Dope Toys, and they got delivered. Now, part of it was the idea for the pop and swap, and the I'm like I say, as bad as I am with the Mythic Legions names, I'm even worse with the Cosmic Legions names. The one girl who's got the blue hair, but like the brownish face with all the yellow dots.
Blue hair, brownish face with the yellow dots.
She's got like the red skirt, and then she's got the red cloak.
Kalian Shun.
Yes, thank you. So I got her.
You tested me on that one.
Yeah, well, again, these names, they're rough. I mean, once you start saying them a couple times, it gets easier to go. But so I picked her up, and I wanted to put her red soft goods on the Silver Knight, just to add a little bit more of a splash of red in there.
Mm-hmm.
And that cloak, is there any other non-female figure that red cloak can work with? If not, it's fine on her. But with the way the clasp is and the way the shoulders are, it's very narrow around the neck area for a male figure, I think.
Yeah, I mean, not in Cosmic. There's not any like 2.0 Cosmic male characters.
Right.
You could probably there are the grays. So I guess you could.
That's true, yeah.
Gray, but I don't know that hood would go over a gray head. So, and actually the grays are, I believe they are 1.0. They just look like 2.0 because they're skinnier. But I believe the connections are 1.0. So it should work on a gray. It just I don't know if the hood would work. So
well, I was like I said, I was trying to pop it on the Silver Knight just to add a little bit more red to him. But the
Steve,
skirt
man.
piece worked.
Fucking Steve.
Look at this. He says he's watching 2 minutes behind, purple and green. Ouch. Hey, man, it's the greatest color combo in the world. Just saying. There's a reason Todd likes slapping it on everything.
I gotta say, I'm checking out his website for the first time.
The Delta17.com?
Yeah, I've got it shared there at the bottom. It is a really nice put together website.
Can we bring that up for sure there, Ed?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I'm not sure if he did it himself or if somebody did that for him, but this is a nice, you got a link to the comic book. You got, the toys, the story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is really well done. So,
and again, if you like the 118th, okay. Now he says he's back live. He's current.
Oh, okay.
There we go. And there we go. Mega J was the one who did the site. Mega J Retro built the site.
Oh, okay.
I know.
Really well done.
Ken was writing up all those character bios. And mind you, all of this is the brainchild of Steve himself. He's the one that thought up the different factions, and
he's the one that has a bias against purple.
He does. Well, Neon 90s. He wanted this to be very, very kind of more grounded, real world.
Did you see that new? What is it? Nukes. Have you seen that? They haven't started their Kickstarter yet, but it's what is it?
It came across my feed.
Neo-urban combat enforcement squad or something. Like it is like all like fluorescent colors and shit. It's pretty cool looking.
Yeah. I definitely have not gotten into it as much, but I definitely remember popping across my feed and I was just like, another Kickstarter, damn guy.
Yeah, they haven't done the Kickstarter yet.
No.
But it's.
I think they're going to be waiting.
They might have a notify up. I'm not sure. So,
looking at all the crazy stuff that was just coming out of Wonderfest too, man. Oh man,
that looks cool. Right. I like the
Tony
little,
says, "Yo, Curtis, you open up that package yet, buddy?"
I did. I was just talking about it. It actually exists.
There it is.
Newton. Yep, restore, cleaner and restorer. I got the good stuff. Thanks, Tony. You're the best.
Oh, Steve's saying nukes look pretty cool. He's definitely getting some. There you go. We got some of that. See, we could definitely do a purple and green Leo, and that would be like the perfect figure for Oz because it even comes with a pet and a dog bowl.
There you go. Oz loves dogs.
I do. I'd show off the one I have right now for Marauders, but again, really cool. 1/18 scale, fully articulated dog. Oh man, the skate back. The articulation on that only like, let's face it, the articulation on the Four Horsemen horses is great, but this is the first time we haven't seen like that equestrian body kind of thing. We've got the Chimera, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've had the Chimera, we've had a moose, we've had the horses, but seeing people play around with the new skate back from the most recent Cosmic Legion's wave to drop, man, that thing is gorgeous, and it's got me even more pumped for when Beathir gets here. Not to mention the fact that Bodvar is going to be dropping in like a month or two if things continue to ship as they have been.
That'll be a big one.
Saying greetings. What's up, Allison? Good to have you here. I showed up on Oz time tonight, like at least only 20 minutes late, not 2 hours late. Did pretty good this week.
Here's that one that I was talking about.
All right. Pull that one up as well.
Wait.
They even got some purple in it.
There you go.
Mm.
These are 1/18th, I take it, yeah?
Yeah. I believe it's all O-ring stuff. So
yeah, and you know what? I do remember this popping up on my feed. Like the name was sounding familiar, but I remember this because I thought it was something for Toxic Crusaders or Toxic Avengers since the new movie was coming out. And then I was like, oh wait, that's not Toxic.
It's got a very like early 90s, but also like a wasteland vibe to it. I like it.
Right. right? I swear, right there, the one on the bottom left with the purple there, I almost thought that said MTV across his chest.
It does look like that. Yep.
Like I'm looking on a really tiny screen, and I swear it said MTV for a second. But yeah, I'm digging
I like
that.
the chick with the shaved head and the pink hair to the side.
Right? Again, most of these are my colors. I got pink, I got green, I got purple. Like these scream Oz colors all across this thing.
This is like a late 1980s throw up on some action figures.
It looks like Troma decided to design a toy line is what this is.
Yeah.
It looks cool. I'm not a big 1/18th guy, but I like the colors.
I don't think anybody's big when it comes to 1/18th as far as size, but look, man, I like 1/18th scale. I always have, because that's the scale where you can really get your play sets, your vehicles, and honestly, up until more recently, within the last couple of years, when it came to 1/12th, you just did not get real world building stuff. Like it just didn't happen. Yeah, MCR says I am. He loves the 1/18th. Yeah, exactly. Friggin' 1/18th is friggin' amazing when it comes to all that stuff. And let's face it, if we were all collecting 1/18th, we'd have a hell of a lot more room on our shelves than most of what we collect.
A lot more than those 1/6 Mondos, that's for sure.
Oh, yes. Yes. And honestly, you get like a whole toy line of some 1/18th scale stuff for the same price, or not even as much as those 1/18th or the 1/6 Mondos.
Yeah, luckily I can keep getting the 1/6 Mondos because I'm not paying that price point for the 1/12 Mondos.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta say,
they had me out
disappointed in that price.
Yep.
I mean, again, I kind of understood, like with Ghostbusters, of course, and again, I know part of it goes into licensing.
They said that it was going to be cheaper than the Ghostbusters, and
they wanted it to be cheaper than the Ghostbusters. And like I said, the Ghostbusters, the single figure, without the giant ghost figure, the single figure packs, were $101. And I didn't see a He-Man that came up under $100. And of course, we kind of figured that Clawful, if they made him to scale with the He-Man, which they did, would, be a little bit more expensive. It would probably lean over that price point, but no, both of them over that. And again, as Curtis, I know you've mentioned several times, and as I specifically showed off with the Ghostbuster, those stands. They put a lot of sculpting and a lot of detail with those stands, and they look nice.
Don't need them.
Sometimes I feel it's a little unnecessary. It'd be different if, like, you could link them up and it would create like a Dio landscape, but that's not how they work. Mm-hmm. Well, some of the sands on the 1/6 stuff, like at least they can kind of go near one another in a way. But again, those stands, like that's the one for Clawful. I mean, it's hugely detailed and insane looking and great paint apps. But if that's what's pushing it to up over $100, hey guys, you know what you could do? That little clear stand that you packed with the Ghostbuster.
I need like a CT toy or somebody that does just rips them off and does the same exact ones for, quarter of the price.
Right.
That's what I need.
Right. Hey, there you go, man. CT. We know you watched the show because of how much we all love that Wolverine. Both the Wolverines did. If you guys are watching, jump on that bed. See, I think their problem is they don't want to. I don't know. They're doing a Marvel property, which is Disney. But it seems like maybe they're not trying to go after a Mattel license. But yeah, 1/18th, good for vehicles. Absolutely. It's always been really good. Very disappointed by what Mondo did with the new 2000X pricing. That love affair is over before it even began. Hey, look, you always got the Mattel ones. And again, I know the Mattel ones don't have all the detail the Mondo ones have, but they're doing the cartoon collection. They look very much like the cartoon itself. And that's what they're going for with that more simplified look of the cartoon version of 2000X. And Curtis, you've been doing a rewatch. Well, actually, hang on a sec here.
Well, we
got
were.
the Who Lesson Warlock in the house. What's going on, Jordan? Thank you for making it tonight, brother. Yeah, say it louder for the people in the back. Yeah. But
we were doing a rewatch of the MYP, and then
right.
got new hours, and then we haven't done one in several months now.
Months now.
So,
months.
Yeah.
Because I was watching those. So, like, apparently the AI at Google does not think that Samurai He-Man was in that cartoon at all. And
it was.
Oh, it 100% was. I was going to say, as somebody who was,
it wasn't really a Samurai He-Man. It was an jumping stupid He-Man that they called Samurai He-Man.
Right. I was never a fan of the Arbor. It was a cool episode. It was unique. I like that they tried to put some story and some character behind Gar people. You know, they're the blue people of Eternia. They brought technology to Eternia. You know, depending on what lore you're looking at with it. But I thought it was cool that they were doing that more Eastern influenced look and bringing that into it. But man, I don't see where He-Man was going to be nearly as agile. I don't care what springs he had in his boots. But they were totally just like, yeah, it never existed in the cartoon. And I'm like, that's BS, because it 100% did. And then I had to go look up the episode because I couldn't remember the name of it. I was like, what's the episode where He-Man and Skeletor show up at the island of Gar?
It's the Cyclone episode.
Yep. They introduced Cyclone. It's called The Mysteries of Anwat Gar. And then I immediately found the screenshot of both He-Man and Skeletor in their samurai.
That's also the one with the war whale, which is fucking awesome.
Mm-hmm. AI recognized him as jumping stupid He-Man and not a samurai He-Man. All hail the algorithm. Exactly.
Because that's what he is. Once it gets to that point where they get the stilt armor, it's just dumb.
Yeah. I was never again, one of those things that I felt like constantly, and again, I know a lot of people will agree that the constant variant of He-Man and Skeletor, it's like, I get that they want to put those guys in like almost every wave because those are their top sellers. But the thing is, people will also want that original He-Man and Skeletor.
I can't remember what the exact count was, but we were going through the toys, and I think it was through like 6 waves. There was something in the neighborhood of like 24 different ways to get Skeletor and He-Man in 6 waves. Yeah.
And then the closest they ever got to reissuing that original He-Man and Skeletor outside of wave 1 of the 2000X line was you either had to buy a bundled gift pack, or you got the repaint variants that came out towards the end of the line with the Snake Wave, where we got Disco Skeletor, which I will still say is my favorite variant Skeletor, and it's only because he's got a different paint job that I like more. Like, I
was always a battle armor Skeletor fan.
When it came to the vintage line, yes.
Yeah, I love that bat logo and
I love that.
Like how his armor was framed with the, had like the rivets and the black.
Yeah, the leather straps with the rivets and everything. That was a great freaking Skeletor. One of my favorite.
Like standard He-Man was my He-Man, but battle armor Skeletor was my Skeletor.
I didn't even mind battle armor He-Man because after I lost the power sword for my original He-Man, and then I got the battle armor He-Man to kind of replace that. That was my He-Man after that.
Yeah, I like battle armor He-Man too, but
I think I also popped.
I always liked the first version better, but battle armor Skeletor was always my favorite.
I always wanted another original He-Man and never got one. And then even after my battle armor He-Man broke, I think the next one I got wasn't even another battle armor He-Man. It was the Thunder Punch. And
I even got Thunder Punched in the face by Thor's comment there. Like, I think anybody was going to buy that fucking thing.
Hey, you know what though? This is exactly what I said. Like, I'm not going to yuck on anybody's yum. I don't necessarily care for these the Transformer He-Man crossover stuff. I feel like it would have been cooler if they turned the vehicles into Transformers than making them wear armor of the Transformers. But you know what, though? Even if this gets a couple of new, fresh eyes on the line, and in this case, Thor, who collects Transformers, does not collect He-Man, if this gets him to pick up a couple of figures, that's exactly what Mattel's trying to do. They're trying to get new people in. If we want to go 40 years from now, still talking about how great He-Man is, this is how you do it. You bring new people in. You keep the blood pumping.
I'm not here to yuck anybody's yum. I just didn't realize that was anybody's yum. I've not seen one person that was like, yes, this is awesome. Like, until now.
I kind of wanted the Skeletor because I had a really cool paint app idea for it. Like, especially when Megatron turns into, Galvatron, and his whole body becomes like this, like 80s kind of neon grid. I was gonna partially paint that neon grid into the armor. I thought that would look really cool, and then I saw the price of him, and I was like, no.
I do think Transformers that would have transformed into He-Man vehicles would have been fucking cool.
That is
like if you had like a Roton that became a robot, or like a Battle Ram that became a robot.
One thing that would
be fucking cool.
One thing that would have been at least kind of cool is if you could take all the armor off of the figures, and you could piece it together into like this like a little bot.
Yeah,
just something to be like a little companion thing alongside of it, like Megatron turns into like a tiny little tank like thing.
Right, something like that would have been cool. Or like, even if you were able to piece them together and they actually were like, I don't know, like an actual Optimus or an actual Megatron, I might be into it a little bit more. I mean, it really says something when two of my favorite characters, Starscream and Scareglow, they mash them up into one figure, and I still look at it and I go, it's not for me. Like, that says something. But at the same point in time, though, there are people that love it. And you know what? Go for it. Buy the fuck out of it. Enjoy it. And if those are going to be the first figures of Masters of the Universe you buy, Thor, man, enjoy it. Live it up. Because it's not something I ever expected to see. It was not on my bingo card of life to ever see. But it's fucking happening. And that's great.
I firmly believe that those will be at Ross at some point. So,
hey, look, I felt lucky that I even saw the Skeletor Megatron at a Target, because Motu has been pretty sparse on the shelves around here lately. I was just happy to see it there, even though I didn't pick it up. I was still like, oh, that's cool. I'm glad it was there. I wouldn't say that you have a problem at all, Thor. It's not a problem. That's what you like. And you know what? Go for it.
Yeah.
Motu is definitely a very beloved line by a lot of people. There are people where maybe it's not even their first line, but they still love it, and for what it's done. It's an amazing toy line. It's great. I love the fact that they're doing all the... I know a lot of people don't like all the crossovers, but I think it's fantastic. Again, even if it gets 1 to 2 people into a line that they've never collected before, and they say, hey, these are pretty cool. That's great. Go for it. Right, Ross is a custom figure jackpot of donation parts. Ain't that the truth?
Mm-hmm.
I'm still hoping I can find more of the Thundercats X He-Man. You know, like, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Tiger's the next on my list, and then Battle Cat Man.
Right. And that's the thing. Like, I don't need to have Battle Cat Man. I mean, if I can manage
He's
to get it, if
growing
I can find it, I'll get it. But it's not something that I feel like I have to have. I need to pick up Skelra because I want a Mumra. I definitely, I know Ed already said he's got Chitara at the Walmart by him, so I'll pick that up. That'll be good. I'll have that one. I want to get the rest of my main cast of the Thundercats. I want Panthro. I want Tigra. I don't ever think we'll see Wily Kit and Wily Cat, but that would be cool. It would just be neat to have them, you know. And then definitely want to get. And it's funny because I hate the way that Power Sword looks that comes with that He-Man. I want that He-Man. Heck yeah, do so. Definitely do a video, Thor. Please. And yes, I kind of always feel this way, even though there are some really, really cool Transformer action figures that don't actually transform, as like that was the basis of the Transformers. I always feel like it's kind of cheap when they don't. But
I felt that way until I got the YOLO Park ones. And
right,
the
YOLO
Park ones are so fucking nice, and with the die-cast metal and like just the weight of it and the feel, and you know.
Rick was the first one that brought my attention to a YOLO Park. I think it was the Megatron he picked up. And, you know, he put it together. I think it was actually here on Clubhouse. And I was like, damn, that's a solid model, kid.
The Starscream is phenomenal.
Right. And again, Starscream being one of my absolute favorites from Transformers. Just freaking great. And Bud, you mentioned it, and I definitely second it. I think that is probably the best thing and the one thing that I absolutely love about the Starscream Scareglow figure. The guns that are attached to Starscream's arms that we're always used to seeing. The fact that you could pop those off and they become twin axes.
Yeah,
that was cool. That was really cool. Right?
Yeah,
Transformer Lego sets transform as they better.
Biggest gripe has to be that all the armor cannot come off.
Right. Again,
like
a lot of
Skeletor's
it's molded
chest
on
is like molded on, The bracers are molded on.
Right. And I think that's part of my other thing too. Like even with the more futuristic and techie He-Man figures, the technology always looks very organic in a way, where these look very blocky. And I think, you know, Ed mentioned that. He goes, like, the hard lines of the Transformers just do not feel like they really go with that, you know, what we expect from a Masters of the Universe kind of thing. Because it's always, even the vehicles are very organic in the way that they look, in the way that they move. So, again, just really weird, but and I get it. Like maybe originally when they thought up the idea, maybe they were going to do the vehicles that transformed.
I think the vehicles would have been cool.
The vehicles hadn't really sold as well at retail. I don't think they've had a single vehicle release that I did not see almost immediately go to clearance. Like from the Jet Sled, you know, Atom 2-pack to the Stridor to, you know, again, Roton, and even the 2-pack with the Road Ripper. I'm sorry, the Ground Ripper. Can't call it the Road Ripper. The Ground Ripper.
Why can't you call it the Road Ripper?
Apparently, somebody else bought that name for like some piece of farming equipment.
That's awesome.
So Mattel, like, there was no way Mattel was getting that back.
That's awesome.
So they had to change the name of it. But like, I don't even Point Dread and the Talon Fighter, like, again, like all of them went to clearance. Any vehicle that I saw at mass retail went to clearance. So I get why they might have been skeptical about choosing not to do a transforming vehicle, especially when that's never been the gimmick for the Motu vehicles. But the Motu vehicles have always had that organic style look to them. Most of them were blended with some type of animal. They were great. They've always been great. I still want my damn Spider. Fucking Mattel. Hello. I want my giant fucking robotic spider. All right,
I want
Williams.
a collector that doesn't look like shit.
Yeah. I forgot about that one. Because it was cartoon collection and I didn't pick it up.
I'm looking at the He-Man Optimus one right now, and it looks like He-Man dressed up for Halloween, wearing one of those costumes that we would wear as kids, where it had the plastic mask that you
the Ben Cooper style ones, right?
Yeah, it looks like He-Man doing a Ben Cooper Optimus.
Okay. And you know what? Earlier I was saying that I hate the look of the Power Sword with the Sword of Omens mix that the He-Man figure comes with.
Mm-hmm.
Except I got to admit, I think I hate the Matrix of Leadership Power Sword more.
Matrix of the Leader Power Sword is kind of off.
It's not doing it for me. It's not doing it for me. I would have rather them just give him the Energon axe and left him with a regular power sword.
I'm looking at some of the photos for this stuff that they did, like the toy photography and the Scareglow Starscream one, where they've got him using the Starscream, like the wings, as axes. That's pretty fucking cool idea.
Yeah, that's what Bud and I were saying. Like, because like they attach to the sides of the arms like guns, just like Starscream's guns, or the Seeker's guns rather, because all the Seekers had that feature. But you could pop them off and have them as axes too.
I've got it pulled up. I don't know if you can get that or not.
Yeah. Let me. I have a little bit of trouble here doing it, but it's not going to be in that. It's going to be in that.
Scream like I did with Offworld last week.
I saw that and I laughed. It's hard when you're doing it from the phone, right?
Right. Yeah, so, I like that. Like I never would have thought to use those as axes, but it works.
Yeah. And I'm not gonna lie, I even kind of dig, like, again, it looks very blocky, but the head with the skull painted onto like where Starscream's face would be, that doesn't even bother me. But somebody posted a picture and I shared it in the Clubhouse chat. His chest looks like the Angry Bird coming at you head on. And I can't unsee it now.
No, I'm not going to be able to either.
I am happy he does come with his crown.
Yeah,
that he wears.
Pretty cool. They included the coronation crown.
Yeah,
I thought it was a very cool kind of added thing. But yeah, these again, they're just not doing it for me, and that's okay. It doesn't have to. I've got enough other cool Motu stuff to buy right now that I look at that. Look at it. It looks like the Angry Bird coming at you. Like if the Angry Bird was about to knock your shit over because you stole their eggs, that's what it would look like. Again, the Energon axe.
The packaging's fucking cool.
The packaging's the best part about
I love
the whole thing.
The gray skull and that like
doing the grid,
blocky grid. Yeah, that's cool.
Oh my god, it looks great.
Even the rocks, like the exploded rocks in the grid, is cool.
The packaging is the best part of the crossover so far.
I'll give it to Mattel. Like everything that they've done with like from Origins on through, like their packaging always looks phenomenal.
Oh, K-Roll says Soundwave is next on our list. Is that the Lego Transformers, Carol? Yeah, tell me.
I know the Blockies one looks phenomenal.
Well, Soundwave always looks phenomenal no matter what version of him comes out.
Blockies, man. Blockies are.
Now with that Man at Arms being Bumblebee, they missed out on what's that Transformer that looks like Man at Arms already? He's orange and gray. Green, I think.
Oh, what's his name? Cup? Not Cup. No. Cup was in the movie.
He looks straight up like Man at Arms already, like just in robot form.
I'm trying to think of his freaking name. I know the one you're talking about. Brawn, thank you.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Or Hound. Hound, maybe. You know, doing the Jeep thing, kind of like the military. But yeah, Brawn looks like Man at Arms.
Yeah, he looks like him already. So,
but again, like transforming Motu vehicles. That would have been the crossover I would have liked. And it could have been a 2-pack. Could have came with an Origins figure they've already released. and then bam, a vehicle that transforms.
Yeah,
One that I thought that
they're afraid of making vehicles. It seems like we're not getting anything for Origins, even like that.
Not anymore. When they said they were going to complete the vintage line, I think at this point we can just expect to see figures only. I don't think we're going to get any
we
more
got Bright Zone
vehicles.
now, and I'm sure that's it for Slime Pit. I'm sure we'll get Slime Pit too.
Yeah, because it's just a simple playset.
Yeah,
like, it really is.
They're just teasing it all over the place.
I hope to fucking God they make it big enough to hold a figure, because if it comes out with that Point Dread shit where it's too fucking small to fit the freaking figure inside of, like, I don't know how Mattel, like, how do you fuck that up? How do you fuck that up? You know exactly how tall your fucking figures are. And you made Point Dread too small. Even when it sits on top of Castle Grayskull, you can't fit a figure inside a Point Dread.
Making food. I'll be right back one more time.
I think that was when I kind of just lost it with Mattel. I was like, how the hell do you do that?
Can you pull this up?
Yeah. Let me see. Actually, Ed's back. Ed, you got that? It's a little bit easier. I mean, I ain't mad about this. I think out of the crossover figures,
the weapons
I think
are great.
This is the style that I like the most.
It fits the best, I think.
Yeah. Right?
That
like,
chest
I feel
piece
like
is actually pretty cool too.
He comes with the little gun. He's got the freaking blade coming out of the shield. I think out of all of them, this is my absolute favorite. Like, I freaking think this looks really cool.
You could easily repaint this, and it wouldn't look like a Transformer crossover.
But even
as I said before, like, this one doesn't have that really square edge blockiness.
Yes,
a little bit on the gauntlet.
The one gauntlet, right?
Yeah,
that's it. The rest of
and
it,
the fact that the blade can fit in the shield, that's really cool.
Yeah, like, I think that's great. This is my favorite out of the matchup.
Feet are blocky too.
A little bit. Yeah.
Kind of squared off.
And I think most of his armor can come off.
Look, here we go.
It looked like it.
I think even the bracer comes off.
Jim Largo saying Grimlock King. There we go. Why don't we get the Tyrant Rex? The Tyrant Rex with Grimlock. Hell yeah. Introduce them dinos. Motu. Yeah, Jeff says he's passing on it. He was just never a Transformers collector. Dude, I get it. Again, this isn't going to be everybody's cup of tea, but I'm still going to sit there and try to tell, and say for as many people as they should, go for it. Definitely get this figure. All right.
I'm not buying it, but I'm not mad it exists.
Right.
This would kind of be a cool idea. Roboto.
Oh, there you go.
There he is. Crack him open. Crack him open.
I know, I'm so indecisive because I don't know why I got them, and I'm like, I don't know if I need to open. I mean, they look so cool in the box.
Right. The packaging, again, is the best part.
Especially all my Origins aren't displayed right now. They're all boxed up anyways. I was like,
I gotcha. I get
open it. Him. I'm like,
So this technically wouldn't make much sense in the Motu aspect, but the idea in the Transformer crossover part, Roboto as Blaster, and then Rockon and Stondar, but as the tapes, since those figures can already fold up into something.
I'd be down for that.
And then instead of the gears in Roboto's chest, you can put Rockon and Stondar.
Yeah, if they don't do that, that's just a missed opportunity, because something like that would be right up this alley. And K-Roll mentions that the Lego Transformer, the Soundwave, will actually be able to play music. Now, I gotta say, I'm disappointed that the Soundwave will actually be able to play music, whereas Connor and I were looking at the Lego Game Boy today, which honestly, it looks more like a Game Boy Pocket than the actual brick Game Boy. But it also comes with 2 cartridges that you can build and put into the Game Boy. But it definitely says right on the box that it will not have a lit screen, and it does not have any electronic play features or digital play features. And I'm like, Yeah, but I can see you doing it. But then you got to actually have like a real LCD screen and not just colored blocks. So I kind of get it too.
It's basically analog Tetris.
Right? Yeah, the whole thing. Except that when you complete it, it doesn't like, clear it out of the way. Because I'd be pissed if every time I built the Lego set that the whole fucking thing just wiped itself out afterwards. But I mean, it's a cool crossover, and again, I'm digging it. But here we go. Yeah, transforming He-Man's chest plate into a Freightliner grill is a bit silly. Vehicles make more sense, or even Battlecat. Again, yeah, like I just think it's an opportunity there that they could have tried to seize. Now, mind you, I get Transformer toys take a lot of engineering, right? I mean, let's not even try to play like those are not some of the best engineered toys on the market because of what they have to do to make sure that it can transform and still be a playable action figure, and then transform and be a vehicle that works as well, or in some cases other things, depending whether it was Diaclone or Microman. But
it would just be cool, like if they did it as if the Transformers landed on Eternia rather than Earth, and so when they scanned the vehicle,
they scanned Road Ripper and
right.
Ram.
It was all of those vehicles, and that's what it made into. So.
A bag of chips.
Then maybe we can finally get the ass end of the Battle Ram, so we actually had the full fucking Battle Ram. Because I've still been waiting for that since we got Jets, the Sky Sled and freaking Wave 1, and we still don't have the ass end of the Battle Ram. Like I want the Battle Ram.
Can you imagine a Mondo 1/6 scale Battle Ram? It'd be fucking huge.
Dude, I mean, the Sky Sled itself is big enough. That thing is massive.
The Sky Sled. The Battle
Ram.
I mean,
like,
can you imagine if Mattel actually put out an
112.
Origins one? Oh, man.
Right? Like, if we actually got one. Jim brings up off topic, but another Walmart exclusive because you didn't already have enough trouble finding G.I. Joe Classified Series figures. Now you get to hunt down the 170 Ghost Viper and Dire Beasts. Yeah, and the worst part about that is I really fucking want that figure, and none of my Walmarts carry G.I. Joe Classified anymore. So, online order I will. Somehow. Just because I want that spectral timber. I want the spectral timber, and I want the ghost, the snake. Like, I don't care anything else about that figure. I mean, the rest of the figure's still cool. Don't get me wrong. I think it's an awesome figure. But y'all know me. It's all about the pets. And I want that fucking spectral wolf. But yeah, I think we're all in agreement. The best looking Transformer and Motu crossover character is that Man-at-Arms. He looks like a badass.
Not the Starscream?
As much as I like Starscream and as much as I freaking love Scareglow, Starscream's not doing it for it. Did you see in the Clubhouse chat where I posted the guy who put up the picture of the Angry Bird head on and his chest
but
piece? That was hilarious, and now I can't stop seeing it every time I look at it. Weapons wise, I still think that's a really cool set because again, I love those twin axes. I love that they're the guns that go on the arms. But aesthetically, it's just not doing it for me. And that says a lot because if it is glow in the dark, as it should be, that's always a big push in my favor. Like, I don't care what it is. Like, if it's glow in the dark, I tend to be like, yeah, I want it. Whether or not I should really get it or not is another story. But if it's glow in the dark, I tend to be like, ooh, I want that. And I just don't. I don't.
I mean, I don't want any of them, so I don't really.
Right? Even you were turning down Origins figures, even though you got the Origins bug.
The crossover stuff, I definitely don't need.
Again, the biggest thing for me with the crossover stuff is there's a couple things out of Turtles of Grayskull that I still want to pick up for sure, and the Thundercats. I want the Thundercats in Origin scale so that they can all go together, because I wanted that as a kid, and the LJN toys were giants compared to my Masters of the Universe figures. Cool with Mumra. I didn't mind Mumra being huge.
Can you imagine a transforming Thunder Tank?
Oh my god,
that'd be fucking cool.
Hey, look, I'm already in heaven with what Super 7 did, giving us a Thunder Tank that can actually fit your Thundercats. That Thunder Tank is probably the coolest thing that Super 7 has ever done outside of Snake Mountain and Castle Grayskull. The Cat Slayer is
pretty cool too.
Don't get me wrong, the Cat Slayer is cool. The only thing that would make the Cat Slayer cooler is if that they scaled it enough that the Thunder Tank came out of the paw. Now, I will say it's cool that somebody did show that if you have the old vintage LJN Thunder Tank, it can fit in the paw.
That's pretty cool.
That is cool. I was like, all right, so you can still get the visual even though it's not exactly the right Thunder Tank. Okay, I can get by with that.
So I finished up Panther.
Okay, all right, let's see it, bud. Let's pop that up there. Already looking a lot better.
A little bit of silver into the mask. I'm trying to get it.
Yeah, man. I wish they would have done that more gold color. Yeah.
You know, just that little bit of extra paint detail that you add, bud, does so much for these figures. Again, it's not like there's not detail there. It's not look like all the figures look bad or anything, but just that little extra bit of paint really does bring it out.
Yep. I might add some kind of cloth goods to them. Not like much, but just a little.
Right.
Something.
Oh, Curtis is away now. As
I'm here.
Okay, so Curtis, last week I did debut the new intro, even though I was not here. Did you see it?
I did not, because I'm Purple Gang.
I kind of figured you might not have seen it. I don't know if you ever go back and watch the beginning of the shows, but you know what? Just because you're here, Curtis, just because you are here, can we get that media asset tab? Where is that on the phone? Here it is. I found it.
You got it.
I'm gonna play this just for you, Curtis. Now this is the intro. This isn't the end credits. This is the intro now. After the month of October, because for the month of October we're doing the other one. But
Very cool.
there you go. You finally made it. You're a big time YouTuber.
I skipped right past the special guest spot and moved right into the front slot. So.
Right into the main cast there. What do you think? Huh?
Crazy.
Huh?
I wasn't expecting that. That's cool.
Well, that's what happens when you're YouTube whore.
It's all because I ended up on Punk's show. That's really where I made it big.
Yes,
that's what it was. That's what tipped you over the edge, and you were like, you know what? Not only is Curtis big enough to be on Punk's channel now, I'll even let him have a selfie and his logo in my intro and my exit credits.
I was just smelling that Windsor Newton stuff that Tony sent me.
It smells like
It's strong. That is strong.
Yeah,
that'll clear your sinuses.
All right, here, Jay Astro saying they go up October the 9th, 7 a.m. for the Ghost Vipers, according to Walmart. That's if the site don't crash when you're trying to pre-order it. And then even if you pre-order it, we all know people are going to start getting them in hand by going into the stores and buying them. And then you're going to get an email notice later that day or that week canceling your pre-order because they're not going to be able to fulfill it because they sent them all to stores and they're sold out, because that's what it is.
Walmart would never do that.
I just got the heads up that it is time to go to bed. So,
well, I'm glad you were able to see. Later. Yes, sir. We will see you soon, Curtis. Always, brother.
Have a good one, guys.
Take care.
Walmart sucks.
Oh, go ahead, hit it, Ed. Hit it. Yeah, they do.
Do they have Walmart in Guatemala, Jim?
I'd be surprised if they didn't.
And the Starbucks.
Not in the Walmart, though. That's only if they get Target do they get a Starbucks. I've been looking around at the Starbucks around here trying to see if anybody's getting that purple slime cup. No, nobody's getting it in my area so far. So I'm dependent on Skelly. Hopefully they will have another one at the Starbucks he goes to, which is, he claims it's in a library. Now, if you guys have ever seen the Frenzy on Thursdays when we do that show, Skelly, amazing dude. I honestly would not have started my YouTube career without him. Love that guy to death. But I swear, he says he goes into a library that has a Starbucks. And I am convinced that if you ever see Skelly, he is the nicest guy on the face of the planet. He's not walking into a library. He's walking into a Barnes and Noble. And they don't have the heart to tell him that he's actually shoplifting. But he's so nice and he always brings the stuff back that they just keep letting him do it.
He's got a special Barnes and Noble library card.
That's got to be it. That's got to be it.
No, every time he checks books out, they charge him money, but he can't figure out why it's so expensive.
Right. It's the most expensive library ever. Must be that Fresno County library system. They charge.
He takes them all back within 3 weeks, but his late fees are crazy.
You know, it's funny. Baltimore County here, they just, a couple years back, they lifted, they no longer do late fees. They no longer do fines for late fees, and that's pretty cool. But I had to ask Connor's mom. She works at the library, and I wasn't using my library card because, again, like I told Carol earlier, I don't read. However, there's going to be an upcoming project that I'm going to be working on where it's going to involve me reading. However, I had to ask her tonight. I was like, so yeah, my library card, are there like any outstanding fines? Because even though it's my library card, she was using it to take stuff out for the kids because you could only take so much stuff out on, like, they had their own card, they had her card, and she was using my card to get additional books out. And it's like, yeah, that's fine. I'm not using it. I don't care. Just as long as you pay any fines. And here's the thing, though. Like, after we split, what's for her to say, I don't give a shit about paying fines on his card, you know? So I had to ask her. I was like, there's no outstanding fines. And she goes, no, when we went fine, you know, when we did the no late fees anymore, we wiped everybody's account. And she goes, but let me double check yours just to make sure there aren't.
Yeah, you got a late fee from Tropic of Cancer on there, probably.
Right. On like
27
some book.
years overdue or something. What was the?
Yeah, something ridiculous. Like, what was it? 30 years? Oh, what was it?
No, that was a Seinfeld episode with
Yeah,
the
the
library cop, the library that tracked
the
him
library
down.
police guy tracked him down. And it wasn't even like a regular county library. Wasn't it like the high school library?
No, it was the New York City Public Library, and
That's what it was. Yeah, yeah.
and it
It's
was
just
Tropic of Cancer, and he never returned. I can't remember if he never returned it or he never paid his late fees.
mm-mm. He
And they,
lent the book to George, and George said he would return it, and then George didn't return it, and it ended up somewhere. I don't know. Like by the end of the freaking episode, they do return the damn book.
I love that. That's as an avid reader, that was one of my favorite Seinfeld episodes because I thought that's such a it's so true that like for people that aren't avid readers, late fees at the library, you're never going back. You're just never going to read a book ever again in your life if you get late fees at the library. You're just like, that's it. I'm done.
When my house burned down, I had several books out from the library that, of course, got burnt up when the house burned down. And instead of paying for them or even going, I just did not walk into a library again until Connor's mom and I got together. I just never went back.
That's how most people do it. That's how most people do it. I'm sure of it. I'm absolutely certain that that's how.
But because of this project, I've got to read. And
what's the project? Are you trying to get a free personal pan pizza?
Yes, I'm doing the Book It program over the summer. I'm getting a head start now, so I might have one book completed by the end of summer.
How did they? I couldn't remember this.
Sea Dog Run.
Because my kids over the summer got their little library things where it's like mark down every day that you read or whatever, and I didn't let them cheat because I was like, that's not how this.
Oh yeah, no, I was never allowed to cheat. But when I was that young, I was reading.
How would they ever know? You just go, I read 37 books last night. They'd be like, okay.
You know what the funny part is they saw me so frequently at the library, and as much as like it took me
assumed you were reading.
It took me forever to actually be able to read. Like I felt like I was really lacking in reading for the longest time. But then it was like I remember going into first grade and I started reading, and like by the end of first grade you could barely ever find me without a book in my hand. And I mean, mind you, like I was reading like small simple stuff to start, but I remember like by the time I was in third grade I was reading Stephen King because my mom had some Stephen King books. My sister Carol, she was reading the Fear Street Saga books. I was reading those. I was reading like whatever books I found at the library. Of course, there was like some fantasy stuff in there. Like I was just reading everything I can get my hands on, and it just opened my mind to so much stuff. Like I did not stop reading, and you know, it was great. I loved all that. So basically, what's going to be coming up is, and I don't know how much the person who's asked me to indulge in this endeavor with them wants me to say publicly. I know they were watching earlier. I don't know if they still are. But we're going to be going back and reading a bunch of books from like the late 80s going through the early 90s. Kind of doing a book club thing about it, or a retrospective. And the thing is, I had a lot of these books. As a matter of fact, I bought a lot of them from the library because our library used to do a book sale every year where the stuff they were taking out of circulation to raise money for the library, they would sell. And I had a lot of these books that I had bought through that, as well as just got them out from the library as they were coming in. And I don't have the space to go through and buy a bunch of these books again. So I'm going to try to see what I can get at the library if they're still in the system at all anymore. Because some of these books are, again, like 30 years old. 30, 40 years old at this point. So they may not be available in the library system. And for the ones that aren't, Yeah, exactly. Lost a lot of the books in the fire. All my goosebumps. All of them. Lost all the books in the fire. Even our copy of Rambo First Blood, which if you've never read that, go read it. Like, read it versus watching the movie. It is a much different story.
Yeah, when you realize that movie is based, like, it's a literary film, you're like, wait a minute.
Well, I mean, Stallone definitely actioned it up, but first off, the book is like 10 times more brutal than the movie. Definitely delves within the PTSD sphere a lot more. And also the way that, they were treated when they came back from Vietnam. You know, hard stuff. But yeah. Also the fact that there definitely was never a First Blood Part 2. There was never a 3, and there wasn't 20 extra Rambo books afterwards. Spoiler alert, he dies at the end of the book.
But does he?
Oh, he was dead.
Yeah, he does.
Was he with his own knife?
Yeah, it's a good book though. Read it. It's definitely it was an enjoyable read, especially being somebody who watched the movie and then realized that the book was. We had this bookcase in the hallway as we were growing up, and again, if a book title caught my eye, I read it. Like I said, that's where my mom had some Stephen King books, and she had borrowed some of those from my grandfather. We're sitting there, and it was like they caught my eye, so I picked it up and I started reading it, and didn't put it down until I stopped, even though it was scaring me shitless. Hey, here we go. We got Alberto Magana saying, "What's up, fellas? Happy Saturday. What's going on, brother? Glad you could be here hanging out with us tonight. I do appreciate that." But yeah, man, that was a huge thing. And you know what? I mean, I've always enjoyed books. I did subscribe to Audible, and I get my one audio book a month, and that was exciting because getting the Audible subscription, I managed to get the entire Heir to the what did they call that trilogy? The original Thrawn trilogy, starting with Heir to the Empire, Dark Rising, and all that stuff. Last Command. I got those and was able to listen to those again. Those were books that I lost in the fire. Then I managed to get the other Timothy Zahn Thrawn trilogy that he released after Thrawn was in Rebels, which was really cool because I got to enjoy the character even more. And actually, just a couple of years ago, he did another Thrawn trilogy where it was him before he came into the Empire sphere. Timothy Zahn really fleshed out Thrawn's character a lot with all of these books, and I freaking love the hell out of it. He is one figure where I've looked at several times, even though I'm only doing the Mandos and Black Series, maybe I should get that Thrawn figure. Oh, maybe I should get that Thrawn figure in vintage because, again, he's just one of my absolute favorite characters in all the Star Wars universe.
I have the Luke that came with the creature.
Oh yeah. The
live furry necklace thing.
Yeah.
And so now I want that Thrawn, but I keep putting it off, and now I'm doing vintage collection, and I'm like, I should probably get a Thrawn.
The Disney store keeps popping up with the 4-pack of Luke, and Thrawn and Joros Sabaoth. It keeps popping up whenever I do log on to Facebook and I see it. The Disney shop keeps popping up and I want to buy it. I'm like, I keep resisting every time because I loved that trilogy. Mm-hmm. Really loved it. I was kind of hoping if they ever got to a sequel trilogy from the original that they would have went that route. And it's okay that they didn't, because I probably would have been really disappointed with the actual movie because there is so much in those books. They never would have made it because they never do, right? Anytime there's
some of that expanded universe books in after the prequels around the prequel time was just amazing.
Oh man,
Karen Travis and Timothy Zahn and all those guys who were writing those books, just incredible stuff.
even before. I mean, there's a ton of really great novels now.
Yeah.
I will say this: a lot of them are pretty pulpy.
Yeah.
But that to me suits Star Wars. It's Star Wars.
It's
Star Wars
100%
is
Star
pulpy.
Wars.
It's supposed to be.
Yep.
You know, it's there's not a lot of depth to most Star Wars stuff.
Go back and watch that original trilogy again, the original trilogy, and tell me that's not all. It's a lot of fluff, redone stories. And
Luke and my son, always talk about how, like, if the original trilogy was to come out at a different time, it wouldn't be what it is today.
I've said that a million times. Like, people see the original Star Wars trilogy through rose-colored nostalgic glasses. It's
100%.
not very good. When people watch it, that have like, if you had no idea what Star Wars was, and somebody was like, "Here's A New Hope," you'd be like, "Well, okay, it's kind of cool. Like, what B movie is this? Like, why is this famous or whatever?"
Right.
You know, like
it's neat.
The acting's
but
bad. The writing's not that good. Like, the story's pretty thin and flimsy, and it's like, but it's super fun.
There's a lot of things that don't make sense. Like, why isn't Luke really crushed that the parents that raised him
are dead,
crying on the sand from stormtroopers?
Completely getting.
I'm gonna go with you.
Yeah, but it's set up, like, visually and creatively. It set a precedence, and
it did.
You know,
broke a lot of ground,
and it was different, right? Like, it was different than most science fiction up till that point. Was the future was, or it's not the future. It's meant to be sort of the past, but most sci-fi stuff was really clean and really stark and white and glistening. And Star Wars was kind of grimy. And it was kind of like,
that's what made
like
it. It was
a
just
pulpy noirness to it almost. But anyway,
there was a relatability to the sci-fi that made you feel like you could fit in there, right? Like, whereas most sci-fi stuff, it's just at this point where you're like, yeah, we're not going to make it that far. Like, we're just, as a species, we can't be that. SCS Dog saying he was also a big fan of the Rogue Squadron book series. Hell yes.
A lot of sci-fi back then, even earlier than then, was also earthbound, right? It was very earthbound in the future, or in
it was even anything in space had left Earth.
Yep, exactly. And then this came out, and it's like a whole new galaxy.
Like, Earth doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Technically not true.
That is 100% it, because if you watched it was the Ewoks movies.
Yeah.
The Ewoks movies brought Earth into the galaxy far, far away.
There's something else. Han and Chewie at some point.
But they also brought in Wilford Brimley, so I mean.
Yeah, anyway.
Hell yeah, they brought in Wilford Brimley, which is why those are some of the best Star Wars movies.
I love those Ewok adventure movies.
Hey, while we're talking about books, if I may.
Yeah.
Can I change the subject? Is that, or do I have to put my hand up?
Yeah, gotta put your hand up first.
No, wait, how did we say we were going to do that? Can I just change the topic real quick? What was the code? I can't remember.
Put your hand up, and then you say,
hand up, and then say, "May I please change the subject?" Yes. And I'm not. I'm still talking about books, but I want to specifically talk about a book and an author. Peter Clines is a contemporary author.
Not me.
I'll get it, Oz.
Thank you.
Peter Clines is an author who is also a toy collector, super rad dude, and I learned about him because I got a customer service email for Spiro Toys that had a tag on it, like a professional tag on it that said, like, author of blah blah blah, and I was like, what the heck? Why are smart people buying toys? And so I went, and the library had like a couple of his novels, and I went and read those, and I loved them. And then just started buying the novels that I couldn't get at the library, and so I've read like a lot of his stuff now. This is his new novel.
I love the title. It's got me won over alone.
Dude, this book is so good. I'm having so much fun reading this. It doesn't actually come out till November, so you can like pre-order it now. which is massive. Like pre-ordered books and books purchased in like first week are huge for authors. It is not a short book.
No.
It's like 600 pages long.
Like I said, I was reading that kind of stuff in third grade. We're cool.
What's the synapse on that book?
Without giving too much of it away.
Yeah, I don't want to give too much of it away. I will say this. If you enjoy the stuff that we like, I think you'll really enjoy this book.
Like I said, that title just grabs me.
Yeah.
Like 100%. God's junk drawer. Because we all got a junk drawer.
So basically the premise is that and I don't think it's giving anything away. I don't think it'll give anything away that actually, will affect whether you enjoy reading it or not. The premise is that a young boy, his sister, and their dad go missing on a rafting trip, and I think 5 years later he shows back. And that's in the U.S. Like, they go on a rafting trip in the U.S. And then he shows up 5 years later in Thailand or something like that. And people are like, "Who are you?" And he says, "I'm that missing kid." And they think he's like had this traumatic experience, that he's been kidnapped and like human trafficked and all this kind of stuff, because he starts talking about robots, and he starts talking about dinosaurs, and he starts talking about Neanderthals and like all these crazy things. And they start thinking like, oh, he must be sort of processing his trauma through these filters. And then it turns out he lived all those experiences, and so then the book is, then there's sort of like a, I don't think it's giving away too much because it happens pretty quickly. He tries to go back, so he's trying to find a way to get back to that sort of world, and then you got about 550 pages of what happens when he does get back.
Are his other books in the same vein? I mean, not the same storyline, of course, but in the same like genre or whatever you want to call it.
Well, yeah, they're all kind of like sci-fi. They're all kind of like nerdy fiction that involve, either time travel or superheroes or zombies, or superheroes and zombies. Or what else is there? Kind of supernatural things. Like they're all really, really good. And I would say, his first series of novels, which are the X-Heroes novels, I think there's 5 of those. Those are probably the most accessible and sort of easiest to get into. And I think they're still available on Amazon and stuff like that. And they're shorter than most of the other ones. But as I said, I've enjoyed every single book that I've read of his.
So did you ask him, and did he answer what a smart person is doing collecting toys?
No, I just
no. We
just
don't
curious
ask.
if he had a reason why he was a collector. That's all.
We don't ask.
Yeah, no, he collects kind of a little bit of everything too. So he's
cool.
So
he definitely like
us. Yeah.
He's a clubhouse guy.
Yeah, you know what? I should ask him, because I bet he'd come on, because he's going to promote this book.
Hell yeah!
Soon enough. So maybe I'll reach out to him. I'm going to be doing a video with him. Soon-ish, probably in October. So maybe I'll sort of float the idea to him too.
Yeah, have him come on and hang out with us tonight, because he definitely sounds like one of us.
Oh, he is. Yeah,
he's got favored toy lines naturally, but he likes to collect a little bit of everything, and clearly, he's a several times published author. So
you mentioned Audible. If you still have Audible, he's got a couple Audible exclusive novels as well.
I'll go check it out and see because I think I suspended my subscription, but I'll see.
Yeah, he's got one called Terminus and one called...
Ooh, okay.
What's the other one called? I can't remember.
That's the other neat thing about Audible subscription is how much stuff you get for free that's Audible exclusive. Like, you get the one free token a month. So it's like, for anybody who doesn't know, Audible It's kind of like an add-on for your Amazon. $15 a month. You get one free token a month for the $15, and that's basically the cost of a book right there.
Mm-hmm.
They have a lot of sales and exclusive discounts, but also included with your subscription, there's a lot of free books on there. As a matter of fact, if you like Conan, but you've never gotten into the books, you've only watched the movies, definitely, if you sign up for Audible, the completed Conan works by Howard are on there for free. You don't have to pay an extra dime outside of the membership. You can go listen to all of the Conan books. Mind you, you can also do it here on YouTube. I'll put that out there, but it's still really cool that you can do that, as well as stuff that's come out after Howard's passing with Conan is available on there too, which is really neat. Now, those are stories that were written by other people, of course, based in the world that he made. But I will say, and it is a great plug and a transition for this. I know we've been getting a lot of Conan figures lately. And we just got the announcement that we were getting 2 more Boss Fight Studios. So if you guys got the Red Sonja earlier this year, they just announced that they are doing a comic book styled Conan, and
I haven't seen that yet.
Oh man, yeah. You know what? I don't think I shared it in the clubhouse. But yeah, Boss Fight Studios is bringing out a Conan figure, and they are also bringing in, and this is what I'm excited about. I'm probably going to pre-order more than just the Conan, and I don't typically buy a lot of Boss Fight Studio stuff, but this is coming out in their Epic Hacks line. They are also doing, how do they pronounce her name? Bayleet. Depending on who you ask, depends on how that's pronounced. But Bayleet, who, again, one of my favorite Conan stories, is the Queen of the Black Coast. And we're getting a figure of her. Now, she has always been a prominent love interest in Conan stories. And they are putting out a figure of her with some swappable parts, which is great. But she is a pirate queen who in a lot of ways is like the perfect woman for Conan. But really, really excited about both of these. And again, I don't need another Conan. My legendary barbarian from Mythic Legions kind of fulfills that need in my collection. But Elite, on the other hand, I'm kind of all about, because again, this is the first time we're seeing a figure done of her, period. And again, this is one of my most favorite Conan stories, is the Queen of the Black Coast. So you can see, you can dress them up a little bit, dress them down. Again, it's very comic book-esque Conan.
Conan looks good.
Yeah, it's a solid looking figure.
She looks great.
She's outstanding. Yeah. And again, she's got several different things that you can put on her to make her up a little bit more pirate-esque, girl.
Oh, I saw the 2. That's both her, huh? With the red and the gold.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just 2 different outfits.
So she give me the pirate queen or the Shemite queen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to get me too.
So you get an outfit change with your doll. That's cool.
Yep.
Yeah, man. I like to play
just
dress
like
up
a
with
small
my
Barbie.
Barbies.
She's got way more than like Red Sonja. Red Sonja just got that little.
Yeah.
I feel like Red Sonja was a little lacking with the accessories now, to be honest.
The treasure chest is pretty sweet too.
Yeah. Yeah, and Jim's saying Black Coast stories from Conan are really good. I got to agree. Yeah, they were some of my favorites, absolute favorites. And yes, Aliens radio style drama on Audible is awesome. They also did Alien 3. There's an exclusive book of Alien 3 that's kind of like a between story into the entire Alien 3 movie that's read by narrated by Lance Henriksen, which is really cool. You know, that's Bishop from the Alien franchise. But yeah, those got announced earlier this week, and I was like, damn. Again, I don't collect a lot of Boss Fight Studio stuff because there's some shady stuff there, you know, that I don't talk about quite publicly. But
I'll tell you right now, though, the Legendary Barbarian, which is got a Conan version, let's say.
Yeah, you put the black hair on him, but you got Conan.
Is what, $45, right? He was a $45 figure.
50, I want to say.
50, and then so right now he's the cheapest Conan figure out there. That's like 1/12 scale super, fully posable.
Yeah, because let's face it, you get the Icon collectibles, the Frazetta Girl one. It's expensive. It's a damn good figure. You've got the Ball and Chain Warrior.
Ball and Chain was $55 at the con. So
yeah, it was a little bit more expensive than your average Savage Crucible figure. But again, they got to pay more for the licensing from the Frazetta Art Museum, which is how they've got licensing to do a Conan figure.
Boss Fight one is $64.99, so $65, and the rest of them are all $70 or more.
Right? Yeah, I was going to say. And then you got you can get the cheaper Conan. Like again, the Super 7 did the Conan without a lot of the extra accessories, like they're doing the Thundercats ones without all the extra accessories and the less paint apps. But honestly, just pay the extra money.
I wouldn't consider him to be fully posable.
Right. I was going to say, at that point, just pay the extra money and get the... have a good night, Troy. I know Jeff, he bowed out earlier. Had a good night. But yeah, honestly, just pay the extras and get the Ultimates Conans if you're going to go the Super 7 route. Don't buy the cheaper one just to have it, because to be honest, it's worth it to get the extra stuff and just pay the extra money for the Ultimates if you're going to go that route. They look better, the paint apps are better. And then of course, if you really want to go the extra route, just get the Mezco.
Mezco's Conan is nice, but it's small compared to like the Frazetta Girls and the Savage Crucible and all of them.
Yeah, the Icon collectibles, what I think is probably the best. Great sculpt from Eamon Donahue, and then the artwork with it, and it's all fully officially licensed by his daughters. And again, not that the Ball and Chain Warrior, that's through his sons are the ones that have the Frazetta Art Museum. I don't know.
It's some other.
The way his estate is all broken up is all kinds of freaking weird.
Yeah.
I did not get it. However,
I think Cobb has it.
Cobb definitely got it. The Dark Wolf. He even got the Tigra too. It's an outstanding figure. I've had it in hand a couple of times. Jim, it's an amazing figure. The Tigra's really nice. The Norseman is.
I got the Norseman.
Great.
That one's good.
Yeah. Like Icon's doing a good job. The sculpting is great. My biggest complaint about the Tigra is that the freaking Panther is unarticulated.
Yeah, it's static.
When I can go buy what did I pay? $36 for the deluxe Drizzt and get a fully articulated Panther that's roughly the same size. It's a little hard to say that one's so great with that, but
I mean, you could go get a Schleich Panther for that for $10, $15, $12, something like that, and be
right.
Have the same thing.
To put that unarticulated one in with that Tigra, again, the bigger price that you're paying is not only are you paying for Frazetta at that point, but you're also paying for Ralph Bakshi and Fire and Ice licensing. So that goes through a couple more hands.
That actually is confirmed.
Yes.
They're doing the John Carter with some kind of alien creature thing.
Yeah.
Looks good, man.
For
that. Good looking figure.
I'm excited to hell for that too. Yeah. Nobody's doing John Carter. So. Not everybody's big cup of tea. Heck, there's probably quite a few people, even in this chat, who the only John Carter they've ever seen was that movie that came out a couple years ago.
I thought that movie was pretty decent. It got really bad.
It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. Considering, again, nobody else is touching John Carter, it's probably the best we'll ever get.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Ken.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, Ken?
Good, brother. Had some fun playing with some toys.
Yeah, and getting my ass kicked in Halo with the kid tonight. So, oh well.
I bet you Connor at this point would probably kick my ass in Halo because I'm pretty rusty. I haven't played in 6 years. Yeah, it's been 6 years since the last time I actually played a first-person shooter, especially online.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Halo, right? I swear to God, if my character sees my son's character and I start shooting first, he has time to turn around, reload, and shoot my guy dead. I don't know what it is. I'm just like, I look at him like, Brandon, I hate getting mad because he'll think I'm mad at him. I'm like, no, I'm just mad at how bad I suck. Right? And it happens all the time. I'll be like, aha, I got you, and I've got the superior weapon. He jumps, I miss, right? You know, he'll have like his little tiny little pistol, and he'll find a way to kill me with that. And no matter how I jump,
that's called young reflexes, Ken. You're old.
Which Halo are you playing, Ken?
We're doing 3 right now.
Oh, okay. So yeah, well, I don't know. That pistol was pretty good. It wasn't as overkill as the original. I'm sorry, the pistol in Halo 1, I didn't even bother getting a sniper rifle.
Yeah, I know. That one was
Halo
pretty good.
1 pistol was amazing.
But I mean,
Totally
he's so
over.
deadly. I'm sitting there like, he'll think I'm mad at him. I'm like, no, I'm just fuming at how bad I suck because like you've got enough time to freaking order a pizza at the time. It takes me to kill your character. Like I'll literally be like, I've got you now. I'm chasing him down a corridor. I'm dual wielding, and he's just like, oh, there you are, Dad. Slow turn around, 1-shot kill. And I'm just like, but how? Or like, I'll give up and I'll try to melee him, but he'll melee me first every single time.
So here's what I'm going to give Ken this piece of advice.
Mm-hmm.
The shotgun. And now after I've said that, the next time I picture Ken playing his son, Ken is going to be that ultimate asshole dad, like, what now? Like all up in his face, like, what? You can't handle this, like teabagging him and everything.
So the shotgun thing worked for a while, and then he learned the rebound grenade around the corner because you have to be very close to shoot the shotgun, right?
Well, it's got better range than most shotguns, but yeah.
If he thinks that I'm around the corner, I'm gonna shotgun him. As soon as I come around the corner and I fire, he'll sticky grenade me and we'll both die.
I used to love. We were playing this one. I can't remember the name of the levels anymore in Halo 3, where it's got the elevators or the launch pads on either side of the room, and it's the one central room. And like people used to camp in there all the time and get you as you were coming up the lifts. And then of course you start throwing the grenades up there. But my favorite one was when I said, you know what? Fuck throwing grenades up this thing. And I just went ahead and threw grenades on a buddy and sent him up there. Yeah, I took the negative for killing my teammate, but I also got like +3 because I wiped out the entire other team by throwing sticky grenades at his back and then shooting him and sending his body up the lift and wiping him out. And then my buddy gets to respawn on me because, hey, guess what? We just wiped out all the bad guys. They were like, oh, man. So then I kept doing that at that point. Anytime we'd play that level, because everybody always camped up there. And I was like, I'm so tired of this shit. To the point where like we'd play with a random and they'd be about to go run up there. And I'd be like, no, stay back. Watch this. And my buddy would come up and I'd slap the freaking sticky grenade on his back and he would go run up the lift and they would kill him. And then he would blow up everybody in the freaking room.
That's actually a hilarious idea. You know,
oh man,
to frustrate my kid. To frustrate my kid, and this time I gave in to him. We got into a large enough level. I jumped into a vehicle and just ran in circles around the map with a vehicle to try to run the clock out and try to get a tie. But he got like that. That is kind of a cheap way to run the clock out, and it's not. I just jumped out and got killed. Right?
We used to make so many people mad. So many. Yeah. because I would either jump into what was it? Well, of course, the Warthog. That's always a good one.
Yeah, I jumped in the Mongoose tonight, did laps around the week sand map, and he got kind of mad at me because he's like, "Are you even gonna bother?" I'm like, "No, I'm gonna take a draw against you," and he's like, but he eventually goaded me out of the vehicle. I'm like, "Yeah, I can't do this to a 10-year-old kid."
We would play like big team battle or something where you get the really big maps and everybody gets the vehicles and all like that, and it was always me, my buddy Corey, and my buddy John. And the three of us would either hit up it was of course the Warthog, because that's a good 3-seater, or it was I think it was the Prowler, the Covenant, basically, where you got the passenger and then you had the gunner in the back. But in any case, like, I would be the one driving. I was always the driver, and I'd be doing the craziest shit ever, like flying up hills and going over ramps and like flying through the air. And then Corey'd be sitting in the passenger seat with his AR or the plasma pistol. He'd be using the AR if we're just mowing down regular people or whatever. And as soon as somebody would show up with a vehicle, a Banshee or a Scorpion tank or whatever, we'd just hit them with the plasma pistol, shut them down, and then light them up with the freaking gun, whatever the turret was on the back, and just mow everybody.
At least
down.
you're doing the big team battles, and you can kind of strategize with each other.
Well, it was the three of us. Everybody else was random, and we didn't give a fuck what anybody else was doing. It was just the three of us. We'd be wiping out half the enemy team, and again, like, you're in two of the considered crappiest vehicles in the plethora of vehicles that they had to choose from. Like, those ones are like the lowest tier, with the exception of maybe the Mongoose, right?
The Mongoose is for speed. I use that to get away.
Yeah, it's always a good getaway vehicle, that I admit. But like, the Warthog's almost as fast, but it's so lightly armored that the other vehicles tear it to shreds.
It's so clunky that, like, if you hit something, it'll flip over. At least the Mongoose is nimble, right?
Well, see, that was the thing. The way I drove the Warthog, it felt like it was a Mongoose. Because, like you said, it would be flippy. It'd be, again.
No,
you hit
you hit anything. You hit a pebble, it'll. I mean, the Mongoose is also wobbly, but it's smaller, so the odds of hitting something are less. Anyway,
but again, like that, I would be behind the wheel of that Warthog, and we'd just decimate the other team. And you'd see, like, we'd have the highest kill and assists, and then everybody else on the team might have a handful.
So, you're welcome, Largo. I know you and Ed worked it out with Steve there to try to get the Delta 17 stuff. And I looked on our posts, and Steve and I are like, somebody just commented on our sales post, overpriced. We're like, oh my God, you actually went to somebody else's sales post to say overpriced during a sale period. Like, eye roll.
Whatever. We pulled up Delta 17 website earlier. Curtis had it up, and we were scrolling through it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Funny, I don't see an order from you, Curtis.
There you go. Well, he's not typically a 1/18 scale, but he was considered.
I'm joking around.
Oh, he did say that you have a really nice website, and your product looks really good, and there's a lot of Delta 17 presence at Joe Lanta.
Really?
Yeah, he said a lot of the retailers had Delta 17 at Joe Lanta.
I wonder if Troy Osgood went then, because I only know of Destro's Toy Den going, and I thought Toy Department was not going to carry it because Destro's Toy Den did. But if Troy Osgood went, he would have carried it as well. Yeah.
You know what, Steve? Yeah, this overpriced guy hasn't bought a figure in decades. Yeah,
I could read his. I could read his name out.
I mean, that's. And that's exactly what it is, because anybody who's bought any recent, again, for what you guys are charging, what's the only figure line that's available in mass retailing right now?
Well, he's probably saying it's overpriced because it's not $2.10 like it used to be in 1985.
Yep, and you know what?
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Also making way more than he would have been making in 1987.
Hey, I don't care. I want my action figures to be $2.10 still.
Right. I want my toys priced like it's 1984,
and I want a time machine to sell them all for profit in the future.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, in that case, I'd be going back and snatching up all the vintage Star Wars collection
and then
every
coming back.
Eternia on the market, every flag on the market.
Well, I'm not even worried about
Every
Eternia.
Megatron.
I'm not even worried about Eternia. No, I'm just going to go back and buy every freaking vintage Star Wars figure that I can from 77 to 83, and maybe all the way up to
I'll
85.
get the first 3
when it
years of
ended.
Transformers, every Soundwave,
I'll go buy those, and then I'll jump back into the mid 90s, and I'll resell every one of them.
There you go. There you go.
And
I would go buy property,
yeah,
and then sell it now, and I could buy anything I want.
Well, that's the thing, right? I go back
And a
I
car. Get a couple of muscle cars from back
right?
then.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Storage, you're golden.
Now going back, I'll get those figures because that's going to be my startup capital. I'll get those figures, sell them in the 90s, and then go back again and do exactly what Adam said. And I'll
buy
take all that
Comics
money.
Buy Action Comics #1 from 1938.
Right. Then what I'll do, I'll take all that money and I'll invest in Google.
Yeah, invest in Apple, invest in Google.
Invest in Apple, invest in Google, jump up a couple years and invest in Amazon, and I'll be richer than Bezos and all of them.
Well, if you start early enough, you can invest in Walmart stock too and be very.
That's true. That's true. I'll go ahead and invest in that too.
Yeah.
Well, that Action Comics #1 as a grand prize is one of the casinos around here.
Wow. Rated?
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, they're taking loans out on that Action #1, and that's how they afford to run that casino.
Yeah, probably.
They're putting that Action Comics 1 up as freaking collateral on loans, and that's how they're running that casino.
Pretty much, yeah. Anyway.
Hey, speaking of aliens, have we on this show chatted about
Alien Earth?
Alien Earth?
Not as much as I'd like to. I've been waiting to have you and Rick. So. Yeah, it's all done now. So honestly, if any of this is, oh, you haven't finished it, Ed?
I only watched the first episode. I like just binge watching.
All right, I'll hold off until next week. Ed, you better fucking watch it this week. And we need to have Brick on next week and all of us so we can talk about it because I'm in love with it. It pulls so much from the earlier books and novelizations that it's great to see that stuff. And I was talking with my uncle about it. He's not a big fan. He actually had to stop watching in the last couple of episodes. But there is so much that as far as some things go that I don't like, there's so much stuff that I do love in it.
That's on Hulu, right?
It's Hulu exclusive.
Yeah, Hulu. Yeah.
So one of the big things for me that I can talk about without giving too much away is I was worried when they were talking about this show that it was going to be a very slow build, and then we were going to get like the xenomorph in the last episode, right? Like we're going to have this whole bunch of human drama BS, and then we're going to get the xenomorph in like the last episode. But no, that's not it. You get xenomorph from episode 1 pretty much all the way through. And I
almost stopped watching about halfway through episode 1 because I was like, where the hell is the aliens?
You're right. Where's my xenomorphs at? Where I need multiple people with face huggers right now. And like they kind of deliver on that. And I'm like, okay, you know what? The shit hits the fan from episode 1. Good. That's cool. I like that. But yeah, I'm not going to say too much more about it because again, Ed only having seen episode 1, I don't want to spoil too much. But I also recommend, since we're talking a lot about books tonight, if you can go back, there are, and they're really cheap on like Amazon, but you can get like the Alien omnibuses, not the comic book omnibuses. Get the novelization omnibuses. They're great reads, and you can see where they were pulling like from a lot of those different very early on alien lore and stuff from those books and putting them into
this show, which is one of my gripes, because it's like they're pulling so much from this book and that book and this book, and they're dumping it into one series that it's a bit overwhelming.
My big problem with Alien Earth, and I found it, like, I watched the whole show and I enjoyed the show, but my big problem with Alien Earth was that it felt too much like a Noah Hawley show and not enough like an Alien show.
Okay.
But you have to watch it to kind of understand what I mean, because it's more of like it's more of a style thing than it was a substance thing. And there's certain things that they did that I really just didn't like. It made it hard for me to enjoy the substance because of the style.
Okay. You know, and I can see that, and I can definitely get that. And that's kind of like similar to like some of the gripes that my uncle had. But again, I don't want to dive too much into it because,
yeah, exactly.
You know, there's a lot that goes on that, you know, to bring up about this that I don't want to spoil it for, again, Ed, which I thought he was watching concurrent as the episodes were releasing, but now I'm disappointed that I find out he wasn't, because I was hoping we could be talking about it, but I haven't had a solid chance with Rick on, and again, other people that I knew that were interested in watching it. Of course, I was watching it. It had Alien in there, and I was like, I'm on it.
Yeah, it's really good.
I actually, I will say I enjoyed, I think, Alien Romulus more than I enjoyed Alien Earth. Romulus was the movie that came
without
out.
a doubt. Yeah, without a doubt. And that's what I was kind of anticipating we were going to get with Alien Earth.
Right? I also thought there was supposed to be more connectivity between the two, but definitely not. But yeah, Romulus was like, my hierarchy of Alien movies is Alien and Aliens, and honestly, those two are interchangeable at the top for me. I like Alien for certain reasons more than I like Aliens, but I also like what Aliens did in a lot of ways more than what I liked about Alien. For different reasons, those two are interchangeable at my top. After those two, Romulus is the next one. Like, yeah, it's those two, and then Romulus in the hierarchy, and then after Romulus that, it's kind of.
I genuinely think that if I was to not have ever seen any of them, and I watched them all at the same time, or within, you know, a tight time frame, I think Romulus would be my favorite. Because it kind of struck a balance between Alien and Aliens.
Right. I was just going to say, like, where Romulus feels like it can stand on its own as its own movie better. What I like most about Alien and Aliens is that the two, again, I like them both for different reasons, but they complement each other so well. Mm-hmm. I mean, both are good as standalone features, but they are better together. Whereas Alien Romulus can stand on its own as a hybrid of the two. Yeah, I'd have to say it's got that balance better.
I think, well, I don't know how I feel about Alien 3 and then Alien
3
Revolution. What was the
Resurrection?
Where she is an alien or something?
Yeah, because they took her DNA while she had the chest burster in her, and that altered her DNA when they cloned her, and then they did other experience.
That was just too much.
That was such a letdown for me, because like the way it started is what I wanted. Like, all right, like Aliens was great because we had the military unit going in and they got their ass handed to them by a hive, right? Because the first movie, it's like, having truckers fighting a trained assassin, you know, in a way where this is an extremely lethal character. And although these guys are tough, you know, blue collar kind of people, like you might not necessarily want to fight them in a bar, but this is a killing machine, like a naturally born killing machine. So it kind of wipes the floor with them. All right, so now we're going to get our trained killing machines to go after, you know, to go check out what's going on here. One wouldn't be an issue for those guys, but the whole hive is what made that a much bigger, you know, scenario. And then you get Alien 3, where you have prisoners, murderers, like monsters of the human world up against a monster of an alien world that they were not prepared to go up against. But at the same point in time, they also didn't have firepower or anything else. It was very much, again, kind of the first movie, but not done as well as the first movie, in my opinion. And then you got Alien Resurrection, where from the trailers, I thought it was going to be like Aliens again, where you got this squad of badass mercs that are going up against a very hive-esque thing. And then they have Ripley mating with the fucking queen and the queen giving birth. Like, now you've just broken the entire lore that we've established and broke it. And there's so much I did not like about Resurrection.
Is Resurrection Luc Besson?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, the French guy? Yeah.
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 And again, my problems with that one were that it was too much of a Luc Besson movie and not enough of an Alien movie. Like like Aliens, even Aliens 3, Romulus, I would say Prometheus, but maybe not, you know, the follow-up. They all kind of feel similar enough that you like it like, you know, in terms of style, that they kind of work. And there's not enough Alien content for people to be doing stylistic interpretations of it, in my personal sort of perspective.
Okay.
If they were all different, right? Like if Alien 3, like if those movies didn't kind of line up and kind of feel like a trilogy,
right,
I wouldn't probably have the same problem. Like probably you'd be able to pick and choose. Oh, stylistically, my favorite is this one. Blah blah blah. But it's hard, you know, when you start having these movies that don't feel like they fit. And I think Star Wars is a good example, right? There's so much Star Wars that you can kind of get away with stylistically doing something different, which is why I would love, you know, like a Star Wars horror movie and like a Star Wars comedy, like, because I think they work within a galaxy far, far away. I genuinely believe that Star Wars should be taking more chances like that, despite, you know, the fandom.
Well, and that's what I think.
I think there's so many cool stories that they could tell that don't fit the kind of hero narrative kind of thing. And
well, I look at it like this: like, I don't feel like we need a Jedi in every Star Wars story, right? Like, honestly, out of the newer stuff, one of my favorite movies, actually two of my favorite movies, Rogue One and Solo. And as much as people crap on Solo, neither one of those movies had a Force user or a Jedi. I mean, up until we get to the end of Rogue One and Darth Vader completely like murks, you know, all of those rebels. But I mean, other than that,
technically, there's no Jedi, but there is technically a Sith in Rogue One.
Right. Being a Sith too, like just being like this presence of, I have power. I'm going to use that power to achieve.
Yeah, but it's the Sith, and it's like basically at the end where he plays his big role, right?
Right. So
and there was a comic book spinoff that sort of went more into that, but
again, it's you know, those are two of my favorite products. and I did not need to have a Jedi in it. I did not need to have the Force as this big overbearing presence in it. I liked the Force more when it seemed like it was more of a religion in the OG trilogy that followers, were able to do, kind of thing. Whereas as like later, I don't know, it's like more and more and again, as they say, like everything is connected through the Force, but it seems like more and more of the universe was able to tap into this, where it was such a specialized thing in that original trilogy. Mind you, that's because, it was balanced. Very few Jedi, only 2 Sith. It was very balanced, the Force. Anakin did what he was supposed to do. He fulfilled the prophecy in a way. He balanced it. But, it was just one of those things where, like, I don't know. I think that's what I liked about those stories, was that not everybody had space wizardry at their disposal. That is just like the answer to whatever has to happen.
I can't think of the name of it now, but there is. I can't remember if it started as a comic book or was adapted into a comic book. But there's like a comedic comic book that's about 2 characters in the Star Wars universe. That basically the premise of the comic book is that these 2 guys are actually responsible for the whole Star Wars original trilogy story arc. Like they're on the Death Star and they're like,
oh yeah, I remember that.
And I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah.
But it's so funny because it's just like, oh yeah, what if none of this was coincidence on the part of like Luke, Han, and Leia? What if it was all just these 2 guys clumsily kind of like setting up these circumstances where all this stuff just lined up so that the main protagonists just had this super easy path to sort of have this whole story unfold. I cannot remember what it's called. But there was a comic book and I have it in a box somewhere, but it's something like that, right? And
I love that.
And there's so much stuff in the extended universe. I think they call it Legends now, like the Star Wars Legends. That has this stuff, and I wish they would tap into it, because I think, let me rephrase that. I wish they would tap into some of this stuff for sort of the general population, because there is, strangely, for kids, there's lots of this stuff, right? Like you have these things for children that go beyond what a lot of this other stuff does. Like you had Forces of Destiny for kids. You had the Star Wars Young Jedi, which is like
some of my favorite book
I think
series.
It did a couple seasons of animated series. You had I can't remember what it's called. Jedi Academy, I think is what it's called. It's on YouTube. It was a YouTube only Star Wars show where it's like kids, Nickelodeon style show competing, pairs of kids, training to be Jedi, and it was Jar Jar Binks, whatever. I'm forgetting every name and every like specific detail. What was his name when he came back and he was a Jedi and he saved the kids, right? And he was vindicated. But
oh yeah, the actor who played Jar Jar, right?
Yeah,
that was in.
Oh
man, it was a great way to give him more of a continuation.
And I love that. I love that they had him, during Order 66 at the temple, getting some of the younglings out. Like I thought that was. Ahmed Best is his name, and I thought that was such a, and as much as people love to hate that guy because he was Jar Jar, like he wrote it and directed it and whatever. It was such a cool thing to bring him back into the fold and give him, a character that people can't hate in a weird way,
Right.
And Largo, yes, there were zombie stormtroopers in. There is a novel. There's a novel. Yeah,
I have that on
character
Audible.
He played too was from like that Star Wars game show they had. Where that
Yeah,
was
he
actually
played that same character in the.
that was his actual character too. So
I can't remember if it was Mandalorian or Ahsoka that it was in, but they had the episode
Mandalorian.
where he was.
Is it
Because it was him
season
saving
3.
Grogu.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, it was great. I absolutely loved that. Because the only other time he was in the Star Wars universe without the Jar Jar stuff was in Attack of the Clones. He was one of the bar Denzians. And he was kind of a despicable person in the bar. Like, he wasn't even a good person then. It's like, man, can you just give this guy a character that people will like? Because he was so hated as Jar Jar in the first movie.
I remember because I never knew about that game show, and then when that episode came out, everybody was like freaking blowing up. I kept seeing like pictures and articles about it everywhere.
We had we had watched that show.
find out
We
what it
watched
was.
that Young Jedi Academy or whatever it's called.
Well, it's when you say Young Jedi, I thought you were talking about the original. There was a book series in the 90s called Young Jedi.
No.
That was really freaking cool. For anybody who doesn't know, Han and Leia had twins. She was pregnant during Heir to the Empire, Last Command, and all that kind of stuff with the twins, named Jason and Jaina. And basically, Luke and Mara, and they had established a new Jedi Order on Yavin 4 in the temples. And this book series was about them recruiting young Force-sensitive children. And of course, Jason and Jaina were a part of that. You had another guy. Well, while they were doing this, there was a evil Force user who, of course, was actually starting to train a young Sith Academy. Not on Yavin 4, but they kept they kept butting heads with this young Jedi Academy. It was very cool. It was very teen drama, and I was like maybe 10 or 11 when these books were coming out. So it was like right up my alley. I was like, oh, this is really neat. I definitely was checking those out. I really, really enjoyed them. Thank you, Adam, posting that link down there again for the YouTube series for people to check out.
Yeah, I found it. It's called Jedi Temple Challenge, and that was where that's where the Jedi Keller and Beck sort of first existed, and then to have them take that character and put him into the show. I thought it was just like a really kind of respectful thing for them to do. So they didn't, admittedly, they didn't treat Jar Jar very well in the continuation of Jar Jar's story. He basically becomes a street clown, begging for coins. After
Order 66 and the fall of the New Republic, which is funny because it's like, Palpatine, like, he definitely worked right into Palpatine's plan, and yet after Palpatine had no use, he was just literally like, well, I don't care now. You serve absolutely no purpose. I definitely, honestly, I always liked the idea of the Darth Jar Jar thing, just because it added this extra level of depth to Jar Jar's character. And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, there was this, for a while, it was just like a little fan theory that Jar Jar was actually one of the Sith. And he was behind a lot of the machinations. And like, you can line up certain frames with the movie, and like, it's like, oh, actually, this kind of, and again, it's just people looking for stuff. It was never anything intentional. Nobody's ever come out and admitted that's what it was. But go look it up if you can. Here we go. Jim's bringing it up. He likes the conspiracy theory that Jar Jar is secretly a Sith Lord. Look it up. It's
the one with the yellow eyes.
Yeah. It's a fun little rabbit hole to dive down. It's not a very long one. It really isn't, but definitely go check it out.
Now I really want a Keller and Beck action figure.
And I'm surprised we haven't had one yet.
Yeah, I kind of am too. I feel like I feel like it'll make its way in there eventually.
It'll be the highest selling Jar Jar figure ever.
I mean, he even has a nickname, and like he has that scene in The Mandalorian. I just watched it because I was.
Oh my god, it's so good.
It's so good. Like, he picks up the second lightsaber, and he's just like,
he's going to town on clone troopers and
in the
totally
Young
getting
Jedi
out of there.
show, like it's all about like how he was this great Jedi, but you never see it because he's just telling kids like climb this rope ladder, and you're like, this is kind of dumb. But
yeah,
my kid was like, how do I get on there? And I was like, you don't. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, you're not gonna get on there.
For a Western Canadian kid, you're not gonna get on that show. But
you got a better chance of being on the next series of Degrassi than you do on.
You have a better chance of being a Jedi than getting
right. But like Ed was saying earlier too, those Karen Travis books, like I'm a fan of The Mandalorian. I and a lot of people didn't even like the Book of Boba Fett, and I'm still I'm a fan of the Book of Boba Fett. I thought it was cool. I enjoyed the fact that I get more of my absolute favorite Star Wars character. And I know a lot of people say like, well, part of the greatness was the mystery behind it. And it was like, yeah, but if you read all the shit in the expanded universe, or Legends as it is referred to now, they demystified a lot of stuff back then too. So it's not like, the only time he was actually a mysterious figure is if you watch his total screen time in Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. He has been a fan favorite since the 80s when he made his first appearance. So
I don't know why people, and not just Star Wars, but like any property, any IP. I don't know why people. I don't know why people sort of elevate these things to like some sort of sacred, level. Like this is just fun.
I just don't understand gatekeeping in general, and that's all that is. It's another level of gatekeeping.
Anyway,
like no, have fun with it. Have fun with it. Even if I don't like it, that's cool. Somebody else.
Yeah,
out there
that's
does,
just it. Like,
right?
Enjoy it. Don't enjoy it. It doesn't matter. It's like
doesn't matter.
Oh,
like
you
what
didn't
you
like that
like.
thing? Oh,
like
okay, that's fine.
Like.
Move on to the next thing. And if you don't like that thing, just go back and watch the thing that you do.
Well, that's exactly what happened with the Solo movie. It was a great movie, but people wanted it to be what they thought Han Solo and Chewbacca was going to be, and it wasn't.
Well,
that's why
people were mad where he got his last name, and I was like, "Well, what do you want it to be? Like, what is the
like? Come on now. I mean, like there was the
spoiler
3
alert
books
for
that
anybody
were
that hasn't seen Solo. It came out 10 years ago, but
right. Like, if you haven't watched it by now, I don't know why you're gonna bitch if we spoil anything for
exactly.
you. But like the Karen Travis books that gave us a lot more of the Mandalorian mythos than anything had previously. And it's funny because her book wasn't even about Mandalorians. It was about the Republic Commandos. Her
Those are such good books.
So the first time we see Republic Commandos was in the video game Republic Commandos that was made for Xbox. And you followed one squad of Republic Commandos. However, there was an entire other team of Republic Commandos that were not part of, they were 2 different squads. And basically, like, you had a couple levels of clone trooper. Your top tier was the ARC troopers. Those guys were almost like 100% Jango Fett badass. Then you had the Republic Commandos, which were just underneath the ARC troopers and a little bit more specialized. And then you had your standard clone trooper grunts. Like, those were the levels. Now, with the way that they went, the ARC troopers were trained directly by Jango Fett. Jango Fett did not train the rest of the army. The Republic Commandos were trained by several. Oh, Ken had to head out for the night, I suppose. Yeah, he popped it. Okay, be back in a bit. Got it. But yeah, the next level down from that, the Republic Commandos were trained by a hand-picked squad of Mandalorians that Jango himself were like, I want these people to train this squad. And the people who were training the Republic Commandos, the one squad was a little bit more clone troopery, That's the one that's in the video game. But the ones that Karen Travis wrote the books about dove into the Mandalorian way of life, the creeds and the tenets of becoming a Mandalorian. And like they were embarking the Mandalorian legacy on those clone troopers, on those commandos. And that was really cool because it really gave you your first insights into what it meant to be a Mandalorian, more so than just whatever the writer of the day made up back in comic books, you know, all the way from the Marvel to the Dark Horse thing. And it was really, really cool. I really enjoyed those books. And like, I'm not mad that, because they pulled a lot from that to create this Mandalorian culture that we have now, but it's also vastly different than what she wrote. And I definitely like those books more than these, but that didn't take away from anything that I liked about the Mandalorian series or the Book of Boba Fett. I still thought it was all great. I was just excited to see more of that Mandalorian culture brought into it again. Because they dropped so much of it when they did. Again, these books were written before the Clone Wars cartoon came out. You know, again, everybody blames Disney for the gutting of the old Star Wars universe. They gutted the old Star Wars universe when they started doing the Clone Wars cartoon, because there was a lot of stuff that didn't fit in the expanded universe in Star Wars Legends that they had to get rid of to create their vision of the Clone Wars cartoon. That's when Star Wars got gutted. It didn't happen when Disney took over, because Disney took over when they started to do the Rebels series. Clone Wars was done on Cartoon Network, and people seem to forget that. Like, that show was out for a good couple of years before Disney bought them.
I know that Clone Wars is beloved by many, but I struggle to get through it. I've only watched it sort of start to finish once, because it's not that Star Wars I don't love, right? Like the Clone Wars stuff and the armies and all that kind of, like, it's fine. I know a lot of people really love it, but it doesn't do anything for me.
When it was the original Genndy Tartakovsky shorts that came out on Cartoon Network.
Oh yeah, that's quick. That's quick and easy. That's not
those. And
Clone
if
Wars
you
is
went
like
with
6 seasons or something,
I think it's a total of 9 seasons.
It's a lot of
Clone Wars cartoon is 5.5 seasons, actually.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
So, a lot of filler, in my opinion.
Seasons, but they were 5.5 seasons.
And then they had the one that they just recently did to finish it out with Ahsoka's story during Order 66. That last season.
Yeah.
But the Genndy Tartakovsky Clone Wars shorts, and if you go back and get all of the Dark Horse graphic novels for the Clone Wars, those all match up. And there's a specific order to watch, like those 6 short episodes, and then all of the comics in between. Like, they all line up and fit with one another. That was the Clone Wars that I fell in love with.
The other thing is, you got to remember, the first season of the Clone Wars cartoon was done by Cartoon Network,
and it was all
failed miserably. And then when Disney bought Star Wars, they relaunched season 1 and continued writing the story, and that's when it became huge. So when it was first out, it wasn't well accepted.
Disney didn't own it when they were doing Clone Wars.
It's
Disney,
not first. That's what I'm saying. Season 1 came out. Disney didn't own it. When they relaunched season 1 and then continued it on, Disney had owned it.
No. Disney owned it after they finished. The first Disney property that they did with Star Wars was Rebels.
And Rebels season 1 is it's okay. But then Rebels became something very different.
Yeah, Rebels definitely became very different after season 1.
I
And that's
love
like what
Rebels.
Ed's saying about the thing with the Clone Wars. Like that season 1 is so different from the rest.
Maybe Disney launched it after it was over, and maybe the whole season. Maybe I'm thinking wrong. It is late, and I'm very tired. But like, Clone Wars was out, and then Disney bought it and relaunched it, so it became successful.
Clone Wars did the movie, which was like 5 or 6 episodes. And then the rest of season 1 was only like another 5 or 6 episodes.
Yeah.
And all of those didn't actually fit with the overall story. As a matter of fact, it's because they were doing those as one-off kind of episodes. And that's where they had that kind of more propaganda feel. And they were very feel-good stories meant for kids. And then Cartoon Network reworked them because they got with David Filoni. And again, this is before Disney. And he started rewriting a cohesive story where then later you can actually fit the episodes from season 1 within the rest of the story arc. Like they have events that they talk about in those first couple of episodes after the movie that haven't even happened in the Clone Wars yet. They end up happening later in later seasons. They reference events that haven't even happened before, which you don't catch when you first watch it, but then later, if you rewatch it, you do.
So here's what it says. Here's what it says for the Clone Wars on the official page. It was an animated series released originally in October of 2008. It was set to extend after episode 3 or whatever. In March 2013, following the 2012 acquisition of Lucasfilm by Disney, the series was canceled. The unreleased episodes that had been produced were referred to as the time as bonus content.
That's what became the Ahsoka that last season that launched. But like you said, from 2008 to 2013, that was all Cartoon Network.
Yeah.
It canceled, and then look up when Star Wars Rebels came out.
Yeah.
And keep in mind that Ahsoka was introduced in Clone Wars, and people were livid.
People hated her when she came out. Like, I remember not even liking her because I went, Ziggy and I were living together at the time. He had his girlfriend, Paula, and she had a young son, Brett, who was kind of getting into Star Wars. And me and our buddy Scott and Ziggy, we all used to go out and do toy hunts. But I remember going to the Midnight Madness where they launched the Star Wars Clone Wars toy, and it was a big deal because we got to bring Brett with us. And we had also taken him to go see the movie at the Senator Theater here in Baltimore, which again is one of the most historic theaters in the United States, where I've seen every single Star Wars movie all the way until Force Awakens came out. I had seen every single Star Wars movie at the Senator Theater. It was always a big deal for me, including the Clone Wars. Again, because the first like 5 or 6 episodes they put together as one big movie, and that's where they introduced Ahsoka, and I was like, who the fuck is this? And then I realized exactly who the fuck it was. They needed a childlike protagonist to help snare in the kids to get them to be like, oh, that could be me. That could be me. You know, that's what it was. And they ran that show, like, again, for the whole first season. It was very play it up to the kids. We want to sell the toys. We want to reclaim the magic of 1977 through 83 with this Clone Wars series. And I was not impressed. And then, like, I remember I even stopped watching it. And then it was sometime later, Brett was watching it, and I started watching it again. And I was like, oh, you know what? This has actually gotten good. And it got gritty, and it got darker. And that was the Clone Wars that I remembered from the Dark Horse comics and those Genndy Tartakovsky shorts, was this very dark Clone Wars. And like they dove into that, and I was like, this is more what I expected, because warfare is dark, warfare is gritty, And it's not this peppy propaganda video that, again, that first season was very much implying.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree with Largo here, too. Tying Thrawn into Rebels made it better. It definitely gave me a character that I actually cared about in the series, because when they first introduced you to all the new characters, I'm like, like, I don't care about any of these kids, any of these people. I thought the lightsaber designs looked like crap. I thought, like, especially with the way they did the animation of the very narrow lightsaber blades, like, we just had all of these amazing looking lightsaber battles in Clone Wars with these cool looking lightsabers. And then it was like the designs they had and the freaking thin, narrow blades and everything they were doing with Rebels. I hated them. And then they started to really get involved with the Inquisitors and stuff. And I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. And then bringing Maul back, that's when I was like, all right, I want to see the continuation of Maul's story.
That Maul Obi-Wan episode is so good.
It's funny because they definitely before the Clone Wars cartoon brought Maul back, there was a Dark Horse comic where they had Maul come back and find Obi-Wan on Tatooine. And yet Rebels did it better. And it was so fast. So fast. I wanted it to be a longer fight, but that was just showing that Obi-Wan had grown, he had learned, he was wiser, and Maul was so blinded by the rage that he had that made him feel powerful to realize, nope, you're not.
I don't pay attention as much as I should to a lot of the lightsaber stuff, but my understanding, and anybody is welcome to correct me, my understanding is that the way that he defeats Maul is the same way that he defeated somebody else, or like
Qui-Gon.
It's a move.
It's the way that he defeated Qui-Gon.
Yeah, like it's
he sets Maul up.
So in terms of like just and I don't pay attention to that, and so it's lost on me. But the fact that Dave Filoni takes those little elements and there's a
continuation. Wasn't Dave Filoni. Dave Filoni did not write that fight out. Sam Witwer, the guy who does the voice of Maul.
Oh, that makes sense too.
He did that. And again, like, I can't say how much I love having him involved in the Star Wars universe. As some guy I'd never heard about or never cared about, just showing up as Darth Vader's apprentice in The Force Unleashed. His overall role in developing what we now see as Star Wars, like when he showed up to first voice Maul for the Clone Wars, he out-geeked like Dave Filoni and the rest of these guys. And they were like, oh, he just corrected us. And after that, he had their attention. So they started paying attention to things that he would implement. And he very much did the same thing for the video game when he was involved. Like for The Force Unleashed, he was talking about this one part where they wanted to have the Sith apprentice like trying to meditate and put together his lightsaber. And he talks about how, yeah, but a Sith isn't going to know how to meditate because you have to be calm. Siths aren't calm in that way. They're angry. You know, he's like, so it doesn't make sense that he would be calmly meditating. He's trying to do what he thinks is meditation, but it's not how we would perceive meditation. And that's exactly, he's the one that breaks down a really good piece by piece of how that last battle between Obi-Wan versus Darth Maul goes. Like, Obi-Wan starts up and sets up in the pose that he struck to start fights in the Clone Wars. And he goes, I'm not that Jedi anymore. I'm not the guy I was in the Clone Wars. So then he drops into this very calm master demeanor because he goes, now I'm not just a Jedi Knight. I am a full Jedi Master and I have ownership of this. And then he realizes, what if I go back to Qui-Gon, and he pulls his fighting pose into the same pose that Qui-Gon sets up in Episode 1, and Darth Maul tries to go at him like he did Qui-Gon in Episode 1, and he already knew exactly what Darth Maul was going to do, and just one hit, done. So, like, the choreography they did for that little CGI scene, so much is done with that without even having a very long, drawn-out battle that it didn't need to be. It's insane.
Well, it's so much. To be fair, in everything that I know about sword fighting, they're never long. No sword fight is
Not
ever
really.
long. That's
No,
not
because
the
do you
way
know
that
how
stuff
heavy
happens.
a sword is?
Well, no,
It's
even like Japanese, which
It should
is
be
what
1
Star
to
Wars is more based on for the most part.
Yes,
You
the
do get
Kurosawa
characters like
samurai
Balin
fight.
Skull,
Balin Skull.
Skull, who definitely has more of like a medieval sword style. But
Very much
most
like Vader.
of
Yeah.
Star Wars has been sort of modeled after Japanese swordsmanship, which makes sense because George Lucas loved Kurosawa films. But those are always like the whole thing is like it's a single strike and that's it. You either get your strike or you don't, and so it was it very much reflected that. I thought it was very poetic and very sort of appropriate, I think, for that story too, because I think having a long drawn out fight between Maul and Obi-Wan is sort of a disservice to both of those characters.
They did that. They did that with Dooku and Yoda in what, Clone Wars, the second one or the third one, where that fight scene was just way too much.
Yeah, but it was awesome because seeing Yoda with a lightsaber, that's the first time you see him with a lightsaber.
Awesome for
You're
sure.
like, what the?
Dude, way overdone. It was too long of a sword fight for the two of them.
Well, like the measuring and the testing, because Yoda doesn't flex like everybody knows he's like got the highest midichlorian count. Everybody knows he's the most powerful Jedi there is. That's why he's the head of the council. He's supposed to be the wisest. He's clearly the oldest on the Jedi Council. So he didn't need to flex his ability to use the Force. But here we have clearly a Sith Master who just wiped out your two biggest protagonists, right? Took out Obi-Wan, took out freaking Anakin, who's supposed to be the most powerful, but he's still untrained, unrefined. He hasn't mastered much. But here is the Sith Master that completely wipes them out like it was nothing. Like, took care of both of them like they weren't anything to him. So to have Yoda come hobbling into this room, like that slow little waddle with the cane, and then just bam, like out of nowhere. Like,
first time seeing that in theaters, I was like, oh damn.
Like, this is awesome. This is great. Where the hell was this when he was training the Luke?
I didn't like it. It wasn't my Yoda. I mean, how the hell do you do that with a puppet?
Well, that was the thing.
Very, very well.
There was definitely no way we were getting that with the puppet Yoda. That's for sure. Well, I mean, we could have. Frank Oz totally could have thrown that Yoda puppet all over.
Spun around a couple of times, caught it.
There seems like that in Labyrinth, so that's
right. Like, Yoda needs to do this like quadruple somersault backflip. Okay. And Frank Oz just flings the Yoda puppet.
I mean, they did some crazy things with the Fraggles, so I mean, why not?
Yeah, they did. But like, it was just really cool to see like that full breadth of, okay, Yoda isn't just all talk. Yoda was actually something. He was significant, and that was great. But like you said, Ed, it's like, honestly, I feel like his fight versus Sidious was a little bit more long and drawn out than it needed to be.
Well, that too, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't.
I think they were just trying to show off Yoda, as a badass that he was. And I mean,
they wanted
they
to
made it longer
recapture
than
that.
it needed to be, though.
Yeah, they wanted to recapture that all shit moment from.
And of course, the lightsaber scenes in the original trilogy had to be shorter because the blades that they were using to make those fight scenes were heavy as hell. So that's why they were all fights.
They also didn't have the they hadn't developed the concept either.
No, they hadn't. There was no seven forms of.
Well, that's what I mean. Like it was just like here's some basic moves. Let's try to choreograph this stuff together. They didn't have the budget for sword choreography and stuff like that.
Well, not only that too. Like one of the biggest things with like that original battle between Darth Vader and Obi-Wan in A New Hope, like the way they had to move around because that lightsaber that Obi-Wan's using, Sir Alec Guinness had a freaking battery pack on his back that he had to. They ran the cord down the sleeve. With Vader, it was a little bit easier to hide that stuff because of his suit, but you couldn't really hide that stuff on Obi-Wan. So like that. Like it felt very
well. They didn't have the technology to follow that lightsaber, spin the blade, and
they invented the technology like right there to do that scene. That like they hadn't even dreamed of what it eventually became yet. But what I liked about it was that it does make sense in the idea of Luke's lightsaber skills and the way he fought was not very refined, right? Because he didn't have hours and hours and hours of training from youth. It's like, hey kid, you're again, originally his age was 16, not 19. Like, hey kid, here, I'm going to give you like one of the most deadly, elegant weapons in the universe. But I'm a piece out before I teach you how to use it.
Yeah.
And then you're going to go learn.
It's like that meme where he's sitting in Obi-Wan's hut and he's looking down the
tube. Doesn't even know what this thing is capable for of, and he's like looking right through. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, I liked it because he didn't have all that. Whereas in the prequels, they have these very elaborate lightsaber battles because they've had training, they've had etiquette and all like that. I thought it was really, really cool.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be a forgotten
thing. Well, yeah, there's nobody left to teach it, right? It's forgotten art. So I definitely really, really liked a lot of that. And yeah, again, Kendo heavily influenced the original trilogy, Star Wars lightsaber combat. And yeah, because again, George loved the Kurosawa films, and that's what he wanted. Those
I always hoped that that Yoda would like pull his lightsaber out of his cane, like those hidden swords they have.
Oh yeah.
I so wanted that.
Yeah.
And again, like I was talking about those Young Jedi books that I read, they had lightsabers like that, where it wasn't like your traditional lightsaber, like they all were after Attack of the Clones and everything in that book. Like the one girl,
Stranger has that in Acolyte. He pulls the second blade out of the bottom of the hilt.
Right? Like it was again a really cool kind of feature. And again, that's High Republic era, so that's thousands of years before what we have now. But I can't remember her name, but the one character, her people and their culture is very close with the Rancors. So she made her lightsaber out of a Rancor tooth, which again is one of the most.
I can't remember who that is, but yeah.
Man, she's such a great character. But like that was one of the most badass backstories for making your lightsaber I heard. And like she fucked up the first one, and it blew up and blew her arm off. So then, even though they live in a world where they can create clearly, because Luke's hand. Right, like you can get a good prosthetic, but because of her culture, she refused to have them attach a.
Well, it wouldn't be a Star Wars story if someone didn't lose an arm. I mean,
right?
Yeah, there's some kind of limb.
But yeah, they refused. Like she refused to have a prosthetic arm and only went with one arm, and she had one more Rancor tooth, and she she was trying to like rush and she didn't build it right. The assembly was wrong or whatever, and it caused the malfunction that blew her arm off. You know, and again, it was just, those books are really great. I know they're meant for kids, but I recommend, honestly, if you want to, look them up and check them out. It was called the Young Jedi series, and they came out like, I would say circa 95, maybe. All right, this has got to be one of the best comments here. You guys are a blessing for an old man like me. I know when you guys are on and I wake up in the middle of the night, I can depend on you all to still be here to comfort me with good conversation. Thank you, Mr. Mad Gus. And yeah, he was doing more than channeling Sonic the Hedgehog. I think he snorted Sonic the Hedgehog before that scene happened. Like he straight up busted out the Yoda credit card, divvied them up into lines, and just bumped all 3 lines.
Largo mentioned a while ago the Vespa scooter gang in Book of Boba Fett. I actually really like them. I know a lot of people were upset because they were like really clean. And that seemed out of place for Star Wars. But if you look at British mod culture, which that
was
there's
based
no
off
way
of
that
right?
came from anywhere else. British mod culture was all about that. It was about
not even just that. Like, look at the guys that show off their cars at car shows, right?
Well, you also have to figure they were putting prosthetic body parts on themselves, basically. So they wouldn't be driving around something that was falling apart either.
Right, that looked like a hunk of junk if they're spending all this, every credit they can on modifying themselves. I actually thought they were kind of cool. I don't necessarily think that they were out of place. I thought the Vespa swoop bike chase scene was kind of but that wasn't because of the bikes. That was just because of the
yeah, it was kind of goofy.
It was goofy. It was. I don't know.
The guy
like,
driving, wasn't that where like they had the guy driving like the car that looked like an old gangster '57 Chevy type of thing?
Right.
I was like, come on.
Okay. And they're following it on a bunch of, again, I can't even really call them swoop bikes, because like when I think swoop bikes, I think choppers.
Yeah.
And these things, again, they look like Vespa scooters, and there's no way that Vespa scooter is going to keep up with a fucking,
muscle car.
El Camino, yeah. They're just no way.
Well, I mean, in the same way that like you have all these planets and all these starfighters and all these transport vehicles and all this kind of stuff, there's no reason that you wouldn't have a speeder bike that looked more like a scooter than the speeder bike that we know from like Return of the Jedi, which is the best one, of course, because it's from Return of the Jedi. But like, look at it, Naboo N1 starfighter next to an A-wing, next to a TIE fighter, and you're like, these all exist within the same time frame, within the same universe. Like, anything's possible. Anything that the sort of creative minds behind this can think of is fair game, really.
I mean, they were flying ships, the Star Destroyers, that were bigger than planets, pretty much. So, I mean, pretty much anything is possible.
Again, the ship's called a Star Destroyer for a fucking reason, right? And I never understood the design of the ties, any of them.
They look cool. That's what.
I don't know about
all
cool.
You need.
Like, again, you look at the Naboo starfighter, you look at like the X-wing, the Y-wing, the A-wing, like any of these, like they're sleek, they're aerodynamic, which kind of makes sense with what we know about.
Okay, what about the B-wing?
Yeah, the B-wing is again right up there with the ties when it comes to
it's
like I don't understand this design.
Yeah, there was clearly like 3 designers in the room designing ships, and 2 of them were coming up with X-wings and A-wings, and one guy's like, "What about this?" And they're like,
"What if we
need another ship?" I guess it makes the cut.
But what if we?
Why does that thing have solar panels on it?
Right. Well, what if we slap a cockpit on 3 wings? Right. What's that going to look like? Like I felt like that's what happened. They assembled that out of just spare parts. The TIE fighters, to me, like everything, and again, overall,
and yet it's arguably the most iconic of all the fighters.
The TIE fighters are cool, but the TIE fighters with Darth Vader style bent,
the advanced,
those things are badass looking.
So, like
the interceptor,
the interceptor style with the
more
curved wings,
and that made sense to me because of the fact that, again, I'm looking at the TIE fighter and like, okay, I get that the cockpit, the little bubble portion of it, is like so small it'd be hard to shoot at. But when the wings are just giant fucking
from
targets,
the side, they're
from the side, it's like that is the most ridiculous design for a
they're
fighting
even patterns
ship
so
I've
you can
ever
hit them.
seen.
You know exactly where to nail them.
Right.
Almost
You
like
know
a
exactly
bullseye,
where the center is because it's got these lines that point to it. Like I don't even need an aiming
Playing with
reticule.
my
You've got one.
friend's little brother's the slave one, the Boba Fett ship, and I'd never seen the movies, but was playing with the toys before I saw the movies, and I was flying it like this way, sideways, and he's like, "No, it flies like this," and turned it up, and I was just like, "Huh?"
But it lands like that.
Yeah, but I was just playing with it out of fear, and then I was like,
and the cockpit is in a
took it from me and
gyrosphere that rotates as it.
Yeah,
But the funniest part is too, like if you put Boba Fett in there the way he needs to be when it's flying, he's upside down when he lands.
But weren't you saying it last week, Adam, about how because of most of us grew up with the toy, we all thought this thing was just a single cockpit,
that there wasn't much to it.
It seemed small, and then you
so
see the scene in Book of Boba Fett where they're all inside it, and they're walking around inside it, and you're like, wait a minute.
I mean, at least we had a bit of a better glimpse of it in like, again, Attack of the Clones when they're following Jango, and you could see that there are multiple seats in the cockpit. Like that was a pretty big eye opener.
Yeah.
But when you think about it in toy design, okay, so the original Millennium Falcon with the original style Kenner figures, you could definitely fit Han and Chewie in there side by side. You weren't fitting 4 people in there like there was in the movie, but you were at least fitting those 2 side by side. In the 90s, when I got the same exact ship, and then I got the Roid Rage figures, you couldn't fit more than one.
Yeah,
you could not fit more than one in there. You could barely fit Farm Boy Luke
did not
in the
fit
X-Wing
that cockpit at all.
Oh my God, no!
Swole
like
Chewbacca?
I said, the original Farm Boy Luke could barely fit into his X-Wing up until they released the X-Wing pilot gear Luke. It's like, here's the problem. You guys retooled all the action figures, but then you were like,
when they made those bigger
the original
versions
vehicles
of the Millennium Falcon, that thing was
the
awesome,
Legacy
but that
Collection
thing was
Millennium.
freaking ganic. Like as a kid, you were never going to fly that thing around. It was
there's no way
the regular
I could
size
see.
one was a bitch to fly around.
Huge.
When I was a kid.
And mind you, it was very lightweight. But as a kid, it felt heavy. It was tough, especially when it had the electronics in it.
Yep.
So, like, what the greatest thing about that is? I never got to actually hold one of those Millennium Falcons, the newer ones, like in hand. Because, like, when it came out, it was just too expensive for me to buy at the store. So I never got it. And then years later, it only got even more expensive. So I never got to try that one.
I never held one out of the box, but I picked up that box, and I couldn't imagine being an 8-year-old kid trying to move that thing around. You'd never do it.
When I did the unboxing of the Razor Crest over at my friend Brianna and Ted's house, he has that Millennium Falcon. And I got to play with it finally. Oh, it is so much a better version of that toy. Okay.
I had one point.
The toy, and Jim, I agree, the Dash Rendar's Outrider was a disappointing toy. Again, because it felt weird that they implemented the B-Wing to it, especially since it was just supposed to be an updated version of Han Solo's freighter. The toy seems so small to be an updated version of the Millennium Falcon. It really was. It was a lot cooler in the Shadows of the Empire video game where you got to actually walk around inside the thing. But the toy was definitely more starfighter than it was actual freighter, which is what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be a freighter for smuggling.
Yeah.
But yeah, the at least the ties with the curved wings made a bit more sense because it wasn't as big of a target if you were aiming at it from the side. But
I guess if you have deflector shields, it doesn't matter what you're flying anyway, though. So.
But they don't. Ties don't have
the
deflector
problem.
shields.
The TIE Advanced had deflector shields.
Yep.
Darth Vader's TIE fighter had it.
Yeah.
The regular TIE fighters
didn't. Yeah.
They also didn't have hyperdrive capability. That's where it was like, man, like the Empire's really into the whole kamikaze mentality when it comes to their starfighters, because the Rebel ships had hyperdrives, they had shields, like there's just so much more to their ships, and I'm like, does it really cost that much extra for the Empire to put it in their TIE fighters?
I can't remember if it was on here or not. Somebody was talking about like the Star Wars galaxy and trying to sort of estimate the sort of like this, like I guess the percentage of the population of the galaxy that had their own means of interstellar or interplanetary transportation.
Okay. Yeah.
Because it's you like, you know, there's tons of ships, there's tons of fighters, there's tons of transports, but you don't see a lot of like cars, so to speak. And you don't see a lot of like, you know, interplanetary transport that isn't either a freighter or a transport ship or a warship or like
where's the Cessna 747s at, right? Like where's the commercial passenger?
Well, you see that. I mean, you see Anakin and Padme travel by sort of commercial.
Well, that's true.
You see, and so you do
in
see
Mando,
that, like in Mandalorian, you see it in even in Andor, we see it.
Yeah, that's true.
But you don't see a lot of people, like you don't see people going on a family vacation to another planet, in a Winnebago.
Well, you have to watch Spaceballs for that.
You have to watch Spaceballs for that. But
we got that in Spaceballs, and hopefully we'll see more of it in Spaceballs too.
But everything, you think of all the characters, and to be fair, it's a wide galaxy, and we're only seeing
such a small
very few individuals within.
There was
that
a couple scenes, wasn't there, when Mando was going to see? I think it's when he went to see Grief Karga. Maybe that was Book of Boba Fett. I don't remember which one that was, but there was a couple of scenes where they had quite a few like ships just sitting in the the landing area outside the city.
Well, in Andor, when they escape the prison, they jump on that quad jet.
Yeah.
And in Force Awakens, they're gonna get in the quad jet, and then it gets blown up by the TIE fighter. So that's when they get the Millennium Falcon.
Right.
So there's clearly they're clearly out there. But maybe it's just a reflection of the fact that those characters are not the characters that people are following in Star Wars. But again, that's where, like, wouldn't it be cool to see stuff like that, like to sort of fill in some of those gaps where because it has to be there,
right? Like they have to be there.
But that's a good example. That's a really good example.
Yeah,
because they crashed their ship and.
You had Tatooine, where they were doing pod racing, which the guys were just building junkers, out of
race cars. They were attaching a seat to giant engines meant for space travel.
So, I mean, people having some kind of just car to go from, one side of the planet to the other had to be possible. That wasn't a land speeder, though, like an actual ship.
Right.
Something. Yeah. Exactly. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Is that there's got to be. There's got to be more, and there's got to be merchants that go from planet. There's got to be sales reps that go from planet to planet.
And they're not all taking mass
Corellians
transport.
are taking freighters everywhere they go to sell
Yeah,
more
that's
freighters,
so.
right?
There's got to be.
Yeah, not everything is a industrial vehicle. There's got to be the regular, transport vessel.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm always. That's the kind of thing that I think about when I think of Star Wars, which is probably why I can't remember anybody's names because I'm too busy thinking about that stuff.
I think kind of like
about Amidala's ship. I mean, that wasn't really that was kind of just a jet.
Yeah, and I mean, it was like it may have been a royal family's one, but that was kind of more along those lines.
I'm trying to think
the class shuttle that they use, the Tiberium shuttle,
right?
That's kind of that more class of vehicle. Of course, like the ones that we saw were just in use by the military, but that's kind of that more class of ship. That was another cool ship that I always thought was awesome. The Tiberium
But even that
shuttle.
the Amidala's ship, there is a smaller version of it that they showed in one of the movies or cartoons or something. I can't remember what it was, but that was just kind of like a regular old, looked just like a jet. I
want to see more of that stuff.
Yeah.
Can I just say, I absolutely love nerding out with you guys about shit like this.
I do too, but I have to go because I have to get up early in the morning.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we might have to call it quits here for the evening. But everybody, thank you for hanging out and watching and enjoying us nerding out and nerding out with us. Because it's really, really awesome. Oh, wait. I always wondered how the hell did the Falcons stay on the planet all that time until Rey found it and Han didn't know?
Because it had been stolen twice.
Yeah.
Right? Is that right? Stolen or lost?
It was stolen.
And then stolen.
It was lost and then stolen, or stolen and lost.
Yeah, I think he
it was lost in a card game or something, and then
very much
they don't
how
stay.
he won
They
it
don't
from
stay.
Lando.
But somebody had acquired it from Han, and then that person had
it got stolen,
relinquished
from them.
Control of it.
Yeah. All right, folks. Well, we're going to end it here. Definitely coming up. Stay tuned. I know this Thursday on the Frenzy, we got a big episode coming up where we're going to be talking about the Motu-Universe Convention. Motu-Universe Convention, as it is. That is being spearheaded by Mega J Retro and our good friend Mikey, Eternian Royalty. We're going to be sitting down talking with those guys, getting a better picture of everything. If you hadn't heard, there is a venue now and dates. So more on that this upcoming Thursday, as well as next weekend. We have a very